Then we see whether they are in line with those that we heard that they have turned out to be false. Then we can talk to that. So the mention of NDC MPP doesn't change anything. So we have the facts, we cannot talk about issues that we are not so sure of. And don't think that any information you see in the social media is the truth. Be very careful about that. So you too can also find out, cross-check and be sure that what you are hearing or seeing, are they the truth? So it doesn't follow that once it has been in the circulation, that means they are the truth. With respect to the Nyankpara shooting incident, we've heard of that. We have contacted the IGP. They're also working around it. So now we have also been informed, confirmed, that one person has been shot dead, but the security people are doing the investigation and they are on top of the situation. So in order not to make any comment that will escalate issues, let's allow it and let the security people work on that. But voting is ongoing. Mr. Te will now talk to the Yendi issue.
So, with respect to the Yendi issue, we've spoken with the regional director. We've also spoken with the district electoral officer and then the returning officer. Currently, voting is ongoing at all the polling stations, and we have not had any reported incidents of what? Ballot shortage. So that is the situation. There was an earlier mix-up with the validating stamp, which we need to correct. Yes, it has the presidential as well as the parliamentary embossed on the validating stamp. But as explained earlier, it does not render the ballot paper invalid. You can clearly see the presidential ballot as well as the parliamentary ballots. So the swapping of the two does not invalidate the ballot paper. Thank you.
I would like to take this opportunity to thank all of you for coming. Our next press update will be at 6 o'clock. 6 p.m., yes.
And that's the EC Director of Training, Dr. Sribo Kweku, there addressing the media on some issues that have come up. And you saw Dr. Bosman Osari's presence there as well at that particular press conference. Kujo, it does appear that a lot is happening as we speak, and we are hoping that we can get some immediate responses also from the police, especially on the Akwetiman situation that we are watching as we speak, and then also the Kwadaso incident. And my colleagues, Israel Laye and Elton Brobe, are on standby at the EC headquarters, and definitely they will bring us more on this particular Kwadaso situation, whether indeed these ballot papers that the NDC claims that intercepted is actually sample ballot or true ballot papers. These are things that we'll be looking into. So I don't know if we should go back to our earlier conversation with Bright Simmons, but Kojo, I'm sure that you would want to take over at this point, but there were concerns that Dr. Norman wanted to react to, especially the bit about the impassiveness and the lack of interest or enthusiasm in this particular process. Dr. Norman, you were dying to actually intervene on that particular matter. What exactly you disagree that people do not have interest in this particular elections?
Yes, thank you very much. Bright Simmons is somebody I've admired for a long time, so I'm not criticizing him, only the statement that he made. I think Bright is speaking from a position of an intelligentsia, because when he says that the data about the governance and all of that, the economy wasn't there, I think...
Sort of, you're referring to the middle class?
The middle class.
Addressing the middle class. Okay.
I think that is not correct. Because I have followed particularly Alan Shomatin, John Mahama, and Baumia. and they have all been speaking, but the way John Mahama does it is that he reduces to the level of the average person. The price of kenkey, the price of tomato, the price of this, the price of that. So for me, I think they have addressed the economic issues at the level that the average Ghanaian can understand. But when it comes to people at his level, he wants more statistical, higher level statistical approximation. That will not be possible in a campaign because you have to speak at the level of maybe 12th grade so that everybody can understand. Also, I have seen each one of these men campaigning with their vice presidential candidates, campaigning very vigorously to visit all the constituencies in Ghana. That is a serious commitment to campaigning on issues. Otherwise, it will be boring. So I totally disagree. The Ghanaians are ready for 8-year switch. Okay. And because of that, they are steady in their determination. When we look at the turnout, the voter turnout of the security officers,
that's a special voting, yeah.
83% turnout. It is very commendable, very high. And I praise the EC for being able to organize that.
You're looking at that kind of turnout for this particular election?
And as a case study,
for the main one.
I think it will reflect in the overall popular votes in Ghana. The turnout will be very commendable. So for me, I don't see where there is no ambivalence on the part of Ghanaians. Just because they are not out there making noise doesn't mean they are ambivalent. And when ambivalence is low, interest is high, turnout will be high. So, Bright, my brother, relax. Ghanaians are ready for a change.
Okay, well, there's a situation in Asakoko, LA, a polling station at Sechedumase. But of course, let me go to Kojo on this, and then I'm sure Bright is listening in on the concerns or the reactions that have coming from Dr. Norman on this. I was also itching that you would put the issues about polls, the number of polls we saw in the lead up to this particular election, and then he can box the two together, and then we can go to Sechedumase on this.
Absolutely, MFA. And it's turning into a rather interesting banter between my studio and yours, and my guest and yours. But Dr. Norman making some interesting rebuttals to your point about your assessment of the NDC's strategy going into this election, right? Your suggestion that they didn't put as much premium on issues of governance as they did on the economy, free SHS, and so forth. You feel they didn't put as much into that. Dr. Norman feels differently.
Yeah, I think the way it works is about information intensity. When it comes to things like the economic situation in the country, many people have a lived experience. You experience it yourself. So you need somebody to hit on it once and twice, thrice, then it kind of settles. When it comes to things like governance, procurement, you need to educate voters as to why it's a problem. That's much more challenging. And obviously, it's not every voter who is going to care. So your upper middle class, your slightly better off economically voters who are not essentially hungry and blaming the government, but they are disappointed, they are disgusted, they have a different set of emotions. Those people need to be enlightened as to why a particular set of behaviors fall below a standard. So when you are communicating to the general public, you need to segment, but you have to spend more time on those who require education. Because for those people who are going to vote because the price of kenkey is high, you just have to remind them the price of kenkey is high. You don't spend 32 hours, in a 2-week cycle trying to explain that the price of kenkey is high. But if you're trying to explain to someone, as we've been trying to do recently, that the current situation that we have at the airport, where e-gates have been launched as if it's something new, when the truth is that the World Bank has paid over $20 million. We are told the World Bank that everything was fine. The World Bank has written a report that everything was brilliant and given us more money to relocate it from Terminal 2 to Terminal 3. And then it turns out the project was a complete failure and nobody can explain why. And we are now paying somebody else, the same company that works on our national card, ID card, and they've made costings that we've seen suggesting that they believe the whole thing is going to cost over $240 million. Look at how much time I'm taking to explain even to you, a very senior journalist in Ghana, all that elements. We're going to spend at least an hour if I want to go into all those details. So if you don't spend more time there, and you make the assumption that because the average person cares about the price of kinky, so the bulk of your messaging should be around those things, I think you are mistaken. Why? Because the average person's information needs are minor. So you don't need to spend as much time. You just have to make sure that you are communicating in visually stimulating forms and things like that. There are skits and those things. When it comes to the voter education aspect of things, as to why things are bad in the economy, bad in the political landscape, I think it takes more time. So that's the point I was making.
Right. And this is why you felt that they missed an opportunity.
I think so, because I'm in civil society.
Right.
And I spend a lot of my time doing watchdog duties. And when the MPP was in opposition, the MPP did a fantastic job amplifying the work that we did. There were times when you could discern what looked like collaboration. A lot of the NDC accusations that civil society was against MPP, I was against NDC, was due to misunderstanding of how these things work. If I have a small audience of a few tens of thousands, and I put out some reports, and a politician who can reach 1 million people amplifies that, why would I not cooperate with that politician? It's just common sense. So in a situation where, in my experience, in the 4 years that we've just seen, the NDC did so little to engage with civil society around governance matters, which are complex issues that are difficult. The information content is heavy. The intensity of information is heavy. So you need a lot of amplification. And we didn't see a lot of that. Remember during the period when we had the Occupy Flagstaff House, Occupy Citizen Ghana movement, and all of those things? Do you realize the number of MPP leaders who, I'm using infiltrated, advisedly, civil society to drive that agenda? I think that was very effective in the 2016 turnout, plus the 2016 results and the margin that they won, the nearly 1 million margin that they won. A lot of that came from the fact that they saw that the middle class, the swing voters, and the rest of it, they are much more likely to turn out because they are disappointed and disgusted, rather than simply because they themselves are feeling the pinch. I'm not saying that there's anybody in Ghana who is not feeling the pinch from the inflation and the rest of it, but the truth of the matter is that you don't wake up in the morning hungry. You don't wake up in the morning feeling like food is a problem. So for you, even though the price of kinky matters and the price of bread matters, it's not going to drive you to vote. You need to have a sense of disgust, a sense of disappointment, a sense of apprehension. Certain types of emotions which are harder to tap into require more information. And that is the point I was making about the NDC campaign having missed out on the governance element. But that was by the by. That was by the by.
Yeah. Well, it's made for some fascinating banter. I'll tell you what else. MFA raised the issue of polls.
Yes.
And that's another thing that's characterized election 2024.
Indeed.
Lots of polls. And sometimes disagreeing with each other.
The problem, though, is that, polls are great when they are longitudinal, when the particular pollster has done it for successive elections, and you can predict, the likely accuracy of that, because their track record, and then you have multiple such polls. I was very disappointed that Sinovac this time around didn't put in a poll. I didn't even see did you see a poll by the Political Science Department of the University of Ghana?
Not that I recall. No.
So
there was one from a professor at KNUST.
No, KTU.
That was it. KTU.
Yeah,
Thank you.
University. So we had a problem with not enough longitudinal polls, right? Enough polls that you could say, okay, this person, based on their track record, I can apply a weighting to whatever they say, versus this other person apply another weighting to whatever they say, and then I get a certain average. Second, the actual number of polls were not as significant as they will be in other more advanced jurisdictions. So that makes it more difficult to average out and apply a certain statistical significance, strategy. Basically try and say, okay, we have so many polls, so if they are all signaling this pattern, then there's something there. We have far fewer polls than we need for that kind of analysis.
Right.
However, the truth is we did get some polls, and we adjust for bias, because some of the pollsters are be biased for one reason or the other for a while. So I'll give you a very practical example. There's a group called Outcomes International, and investigations have now established by the Fourth Estate and others have established that Outcomes International is extremely close to the ruling party and to the incumbent, to the Baumia the vice president, and the MPP. So we're going to, in our modeling, what we do is that we significantly underweigh Outcomes International, and you do that in other respects. Musa Dankwa, which is the Global Info Analytics, very famous poll now, the one that most of the international media have been picking up. And when the international media says the polls are in support of President Mahama winning, it's actually because they're not seeing a lot of the other polls. Because when you now look at it, it's almost split even. Because the Epson poll is for Vice President Bawumia.
That's right.
There have been other polls from the likes of Professor Masapon, that's the K2U one, etc. So in the truth of the matter is that the polls at this stage are actually evenly split. But the international media don't see some of the smaller polls. Then we've had these social media affinity polls that the likes of Maximus Ametogo and the rest are doing, which are currently actually favoring the incumbent.
Right.
So what you do is you weight them. You apply judgment. So for instance,
Well, so that's the issue of polls, but we'll definitely return to it. But NPP headquarters, I should say, that's where we need to go at this point. And Justin Frimpong-Kudia, the General Secretary of the party, addressing the press.
Left is for our agents to be vigilant at this closing stage. I want to use this opportunity to anyone who is yet to cast his or her vote, that it is important as part of our democratic dispensation to exercise your franchise, and it is not late. So far as you are in the queue, even if it is 5 p.m., you still have the right to vote. What I want to send out, particularly to our vigilant agents in the voter region, that I commend you for the vigilance and the hard work that you have done in policing our polling stations to make sure that we are not cheated. But we are not there yet. We are entering into the critical stage, which has to do with the counting of the voter or the ballot papers. Let us continue to be vigilant. Let us not sleep. Let us make sure that the accurate votes are what are going to be counted. Again, we also want to call on the Electoral Commission that earlier on we received some disturbing news in some parts of the country. To be more specific, Kintampo South, where we had some of their personnel tampering with the ballot papers. At this crucial moment, we are also asking them to also be very, very professional in the work that they are doing, to make sure that we will not record deliberate spoiled ballot papers. Again, for our agents across the country, we ask you once again, please open your eyes and make sure that you record the right and accurate vote for His Excellency Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia and the New Patriotic Party. We are also calling on the Ghana Police Service and the security agencies to make sure that our polling centers are safe. Because from the report that we've gathered from some parts of the country, our opponents, sensing that they are going to be defeated or they are going to lose the elections, want to cause chaos in some polling centers, particularly our stronghold. So we are calling on the police service, the security service, to be at the polling center. And when the collation has been done at the polling center also, we also want them to be stationed at the collation center. We in the MPP are very sure that the votes that has gone into the ballot boxes, His Excellency Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia will definitely come out as a winner in this year's elections. All that is important is for us to make sure is that we are very vigilant at all these centers, from the polling center to the collation center, and inshallah, victory shall be ours. Our people, you should rise up, you should be at all the places that you need to be. At this point in time, when we are about to close, move to the polling station and make sure that at least our votes are secured and protected. Thank you very much.
That's the General Secretary of the NPP, Justin Frimpong-Kudia, there, urging supporters to go out and vote as we prepare to close the polls. It's 4:38, under 30 minutes to go for the close of polls, but we must educate you that indeed, as at 5 p.m., if you're still in the queue at any of the polling stations, you're allowed to vote. So it's not too late to make your way to the polling centers if you really want to exercise your franchise in this particular exercise. Well, I was telling you about Asakoko LA polling center at the Irregularity constituency. We are told that NPP and NDC agents clashed over counting machines being used by the NDC agents at the center. So that's live pictures of what transpired at that center. Nana Boache Dankwa Yadom was in the middle of all this, interacting with them.
Count Yaba. Every national, every region, constituency. Yade Kayaba. Yade Kayan almost on Montias.
A machine bear.
A machine had to say mobile phone, or some mobile phone.
That's your counting machine.
Yes, counting machine said I won't count to a book. So said I won't mark, said I won't mark, and no more could be a Yade Marco almost on Montias. Some say almost on a number of more candidates say digital. Yeah, Trumps are digital, and this for any digital, a bagana. Digital when a trauma wants to ask you.
Oh, no, most counting machine a day.
Almost a woman, you must counting machine if you are more.
So, from his explanation, there's a counting machine and be provided by the NDC to their polling agents across the various polling centers. And then this counting machine for the NPP, they are not going to agree for the NDC to have them at the various polling centers. They say that it is disrupting the network issues, and then the biometric verification machine that the EC is using, and that is why they decided to ask them to leave if they are not ready to move out or to take off the counting machine, and that is what is causing some form of disturbances in the Accra constituency, and that's the words of the NDC's polling agent here. Also how to say. Okay, so maybe we would get to hear him clearly, but then what we know is that for them, the MPP, it is not right for the NDC agents to have any counting machine, and then the counting machine, as a matter of fact, is disrupting the network issues or the network that is required for the EC to proceed with the biometric verification.
The situation at Asakoko LA, Nana Boache Dankwa Yadom gave us updates on that. We would find out from him how that particular issue was resolved in the end. But we also told about some tension in Kwewu Etibie when the Zongo youth allegedly attacked the Member of Parliament for Kwewu South, Honorable Davis Opoku Ansa OPK, and the Municipal Chief Executive Emmanuel Atafori Sr. Well, the incident, we are told, followed a clash between the NPP and some NDC supporters, with the NDC accusing the NPP of attempting to snatch their members' authorities' work to restore order. Really, that's the situation. I'm trying to make sense out of that situation in this particular constituency, but that's what we are told happened there. We'll touch base with our correspondent in a number of areas that we are told about some incidents that occurred. We are also told about some confusion between supporters of NPP and NDC at the government health station, polling station at Kota in Ayinswano constituency. So that's the pictures there. You can see the youth almost in a near fisticuff. The confusion, we are told, came as a result of both supporters expressing concern and dissatisfaction over a lady who helped a voter to cast her vote. And they were concerned about that and led to a near fisticuff. But I'm sure that incident was finally resolved. It does look like it actually ended in that fisticuff. It wasn't near. They actually fought. And also, we are told about a situation in Sefi, Amoya, in Bodi constituency. 3 people, we're told, have been arrested and 2 persons injured. And it's unclear over what exactly, but it happened at the polling station, Amoya, in Bodi constituency, 1 polling station there. And you can see the police. But the MP has been speaking to us on this. Let's listen to him.
It's unfortunate how but the reason here is as a speaking, most of the stuff for Roma, and then I'm going to come. And so that and you know exactly what normally it will be
And that's the MP for the area, Samson Ahi. Unfortunately, we have a poor quality in sound there, so we are unable to hear his account of what exactly happened that led to the arrest of these 3 persons and 2 injuries in Bodi, Amoya, and that's in the Bodi constituency, Amoya, in one of the polling stations in the constituency. And we are inching closer and closer to the end of polls, and there have been a number of incidents. But of course, the EC also tells us, and we've heard from Cordeo and the election observers mention that largely it's been a very, very peaceful exercise. The EC, as at 2 p.m., also mentioned that they had recorded 50% turnout as at 2 p.m. So we are hoping to hear at the end of it all, we'll find out what exactly the turnout is. But you've heard the General Secretary of the NPP, Justin Kodia, raise concerns about low turnout, and they are urging their supporters to move out there and vote in the dying embers of this particular election. So largely, Dr. Norman, I'll also go to Kojo shortly on this as we continue to touch base as we draw closer and closer to poll closing for today. So you've heard, I've touched base with all the various constituencies and where we've recorded some incidents. You were saying that it could have been more. At least we've been able to manage the situation.
Yes. I think the EC has done a good job. I think we should actually clap for Madam Jane Mensah and her team. The Ghana police has also done a fantastic job. What actually impresses me the most is the periodic press releases or press conference by the EC. This is an innovative approach to updating the citizen, and it lowers the expectations of people or the anxiety that people have. But with respect to the violence, our democracy is still in its nascent stages. And so we should expect certain level of violence to happen every single time. Maybe 20 years from now, we can have an election without any kind of violence.
So for you, strategy, as we speak, should remain in terms of policing, security.
Yes.
Very much acceptable. Okay.
Yes.
Well, I don't know what Bryce Simmons thinks so far about everything that has happened as we inch closer and closer to the end of polls. Kojo, over to you.
Yeah, MFR, Bryce Simmons, obviously will have a lot to say. But I'll tell you what we're going to do, okay? You were making a point about the polls. I'll let you complete that. You were sort of explaining how it sort of evens out, except that there might be some waiting required. After that, we'll talk about this voter turnout thing, right? And then keep watching. Bryce Simmons will predict the outcome of the elections. All right, so let's wrap up with the polling.
Okay, so just as the pollster themselves has to try and get a representative sample, and therefore has to wait, apply different ways to it to try and get a balanced sample, we also have to take the multiple polls that are out there and other projections. Like I've said, there are people doing things on social media and things like that. And for each of them, we apply weights to them to try and ensure that the degree to which they are reflective of the likely outcome is sustained.
Right.
So I was talking about social media. I was saying Maximus Abmetogo, for instance, projecting an NPP win based on social media affinity metrics. The challenge, of course, is that his model, and when that's where the weighting comes in, relies primarily on Instagram and Facebook. And in my view, there are dynamics on Twitter and TikTok that are very significant, which it doesn't incorporate. Right. So what we'll do then is adjust the weighting there. So when you do all of those things, you come to the conclusion that actually, in terms of raw numbers, we have similar number of polls saying one or the other. So you have splits. That doesn't end it though, because as I've said, we weight them based on different factors. So when we do that, we're able to then come to a final conclusion based on all the polls and the models that we've seen and give us a point estimate. This is just purely data.
Right.
So there is we don't have any investment in the outcome. We're just saying these are things that we need to continue to enrich in this country. And for that reason, we will tell you how that pans out in time.
Right. Well, don't tell us yet. We'll wrap up with that. Let's touch on this thing about the voter turnout, because I'm starting to see this as a significant thing. The EC is reporting as at 2 p.m., 50%, right? Now, that leaves 3 hours of polling to go, and they say, of voting to go, and they say 50%. are we looking at a turnout that is closer to what we tend to see, the above 70s, or not?
So when we did our morning scans, we were predicting 65 to 70%. After our afternoon scans, we are predicting 62 to 69% range, which means that given what we've seen so far, perhaps the lower bound is more likely, something between 62 and 66 or thereabout. Okay.
That would be low.
Yeah. So what happens is that in Ghana, we have a very distinct pattern. Whenever turnout is low, the incumbent government is often set to lose. Except in 92, when the elections were so
kicked
new,
off.
people were worried about security, so many people didn't bother to go and queue up and vote. So if you discard 92 and you use the rest of the polling periods that we've had, it's a very consistent and a very distinct pattern. The incumbent often loses when the turnout is low. There are many possible explanations. One of them is that in Ghana, because of the extreme degree of polarization, people are very settled in their ways, and when they are disappointed in their party, they don't switch, or not enough of them switch. So you have swing voters that are too small in number to switch. So typically the core base of the party, enough of them sit home, and that is the real driver as opposed to swing voter behavior alone accounting for the difference. So if you take that into account, then that will explain why in Ghana, low turnouts don't favor the incumbent.
Right.
And we saw that in, for instance, well, there are two other points, which is that it's not the case that urban centers are where you have low turnout generally. That is not what the data shows. So, for instance, in 2020, 2016, and 2020, if you take an average, Afram Plains was way below Bantama in terms of turnout, even though it's a rural area. So there is no dynamic there around. Maybe in the towns, people are busy and they don't go and vote. It's not true. Other factors that, like whether or not equipment and things like that have been much better in terms of smooth operation, etc., have also been factored into. And when you account for all of those, you still come to the conclusion that this election is seeing low turnout, and low turnouts don't often serve the interest of the incumbent. Is there a way in which potentially low turnouts will damage the interest of the opposition party? Yes, if the low turnout is much worse in their strongholds, as an example, if swing voters are the ones that have decided not to go and vote, because normally when there's a switch from government, swing voters move very significantly.
That's right.
So if it turns out that they are so disappointed in the alternative that they decide they are just going to set it out, that will affect the opposition. But on the whole, the historic pattern is that very likely you will see the incumbent suffer if there's a low turnout.
Right. Okay, Bright, this is the moment. Nobody crunches numbers like you do. We've talked about voter turnout. We've talked about even things like incidents of violence, pockets of violence. We've talked about the campaign strategies of each of these leading parties. We've talked about all the factors, the polls. Put it together for us. Who does the data say will win this election?
Okay, so this is not a methodological seminar, so I'm not going to go and, but I can try and simplify that by saying that the MPP is the slightly larger party. The NDC is the slightly larger, a smaller party, generally. Secondly, the MPP, because often it has a bigger base, has also tended to do well historically with middle-class swing voters. That sets the MPP up for two problems. One is that the expectations coming to office is often massive, and you saw that in 2000. You also saw that in 2016. When the MPP is coming into government, they get this massive upsurge of enthusiasm, partly because, as I've said, the middle-class swing voters who kind of think that the transformation is on the way tend to favor them, and they have a slightly bigger base since 2000. Okay. That also means that something else happens with NDC in power, MPP in power. Since 2000, the MPP, whenever they are in power, they lose votes during their incumbency. Now, when they lose votes during their incumbency, so you saw that happen very clearly from 2004 to 2008.
That's right.
And then from 2016 to 2020. The NDC, historically, perhaps because of lower expectations for the other reasons, basically the other set of the counter to those reasons, it typically increased votes during their incumbency. So you saw that when they did 2008 to 2012. And we've seen also that, generally the level of so let's say agitation in civil society and the rest, tend to favor the NPP more than it favors the NDC.
Right.
All those reasons mean, therefore, that the current margin they have, the 500,000 votes, which is their envelope, will have to decline further if we follow historical patterns. Now, if you use all the polls and you try and do the weightings and all of those things to try and interpret that, the number that spits out is 50.873 or something like that in favor of the NDC. But it's a range, and this is just a point estimate. Think of it as statistically useless, but it's just, that range between 50.5 to 52 point something percent appears to be what the NDC is on course to win if these data models and everything that I've said to you holds water.
Right.
Human beings are not machines. They're not robots. They don't respond to data seamlessly.
Indeed.
So we are just pouring that out.
Yeah.
And as I've tried to explain, this is not a poll. There's a model that tries to interpret the different polls, the different data points, and then see what is the likely outcome if those data points themselves are accurate.
Yeah.
It could well be that garbage in, garbage out, but for now, it's pointing to a potential NDC victory more than an NPP victory.
I cannot wait to find out whether you're right or wrong.
And I'll be here tomorrow to eat humble pie if I'm wrong.
Or to be hoisted on the shoulders of those who hoped you would be right. Right. It's always a pleasure. Thank you so much for making the time to be with us this afternoon. MFA, well, you heard it here.
Yes.
Over to you now.
We're waiting for that. And that's how we wrap up election afternoon. And we've been talking about the issues about turnout. And we've been talking about it. And this is what the smart wall is telling us for the region, at least. This is for Greater Accra region. That's the turnout. Let's take a look at the national statistics. And then we can wrap up on this when it comes to the trend in terms of what exactly it came out. Really, I'll just come briefly on that and then we can wrap up. But really, at this point, I think that we need to go. We are really out of time because it's time for the close of polls, because we saw the Greater Accra region, at least in terms of the voter turnout, 75.9%. We're looking at the national, which also was just around that. There were concerns that have been raised about the low voter turnout when it comes to this particular election. But it remains to be seen. We'll hear from the Electoral Commission what exactly it looks like. Dr. Norman, we'll have to wrap up. Thank you so much for spending your afternoon with us here on the election afternoon. And that's it. The team are coming up next. Evan Spencer and the team will join us shortly. Close of polls. Please do stay with us. This is your election headquarters.
It's 5 minutes to 5 o'clock and the stakes couldn't be higher. Millions of you have cast your votes. The polls are about to close. The die is cast. Soon, sorting of ballots will begin. Counting will follow, and then the dreaded declaration of results. This is the final calm before the storm. Election night begins right now.
I must say, by the grace of God, I am very hopeful of winning this election, and I believe that myself and our parliamentary candidates will emerge victorious in this election.
Presidential ballots now cast.
There's one election that almost everybody can see what the result is going to be. Other elections have been not as obvious, but with this one, everybody can tell the direction in which it's going.
What will be a good parliamentary majority for you?
Absolute majority. It's going to be I predict more than 150 members of parliament.
This is the engine room of our election coverage. The Electoral Commission abandoned the term strong room, but we love it here on your election headquarters. From the 16 workstations you see on your screens, results will begin to pour in from across 276 constituencies. And polls are officially closed now, and the real action begins right now. This election night, live on your election headquarters, where we bring you the most comprehensive coverage of the 2024 presidential and parliamentary elections. Over the next few hours, we shall bring you live updates, in-depth analysis, and all the drama as results come in. We'll be touching base with our reporters across the country for updates from polling stations, including peculiar incidents that may have taken place, and you may have already noticed a few incidents reported across the country. We've heard from the EC already, shooting incidents, fatalities been recorded, and we'll be getting a bit more clarity. We'll be at the Electoral Commission, we'll be at the police headquarters, and with me, obviously, is Winston Amwa to do this. And Winston, this is the money zone, if you like. This is where it all comes down to. Everybody else has been working towards 5 p.m. Polls have closed now. The queue is still in place. Yeah. If you're in the queue, you still get a vote. But in many places where you have small numbers of registered voters in polling centers, we expect that polls would have closed and sorting should be beginning very soon.
Exactly, Evans. And the critical question is, how many of the more than 18.7 million are going to turn out to vote? And in which areas would you have the highest voter turnouts? Would it be in the Ashanti region? Would it be in the northern region, maybe the northeast, or the greater Accra region? Over the period, we've been hearing complaints about low voter turnout. What would happen now that the votes have closed?
And that's a very important point. And when you see here the blank map, it's blank as of 5 p.m. tonight, but it's not going to stay blank forever. Very, very soon, in the next few hours, it will begin to fill up.
Sure.
Some of the areas should come in very, very quickly. There's some places in the north, small voter populations. We expect it to come very quickly, and we'll begin to see what's happening here. And then I'll tell you, whether it turns blue or green, as I click, it'll pop out, and then we begin to analyze who is winning and who is losing. This is where the heartbeat raises a bit more. The palpitations, you can literally taste it.
Exactly, Evans, and I'm looking forward to that also. But I'm sure by this time, of course, the political parties will be waiting patiently. By, say, 9 p.m., 10 p.m., latest 12 midnight, they would have a fair idea as to who's winning. But this is the other point. You've talked about areas in the north, for instance. The challenge, however, is the closeness to the coalition center, particularly in a place like the Savannah region. Vast land, 7 constituencies. That's where the challenge is. So these polling stations are scattered, and so getting to the coalition center could be a challenge. But as I've already indicated, you know that the political parties haven't put in place mechanisms. They should have it, but you can trust us to actually bring you up-to-date coverage. And when it becomes statistically impossible, you know what to do.
And the thing I've noticed, Winston, is that both parties are deploying cutting-edge technology so that they can have the advantage in terms of knowing the outcome of the polls very, very quickly. I've just coming in here, I was listening to our coverage in Ashanti region where there's one particular polling station where the NPP and NDC guys were fighting over the NDC's deployment of this equipment that allows them to tabulate the results in real time. And the NPP guys were saying, you can't use it because it appears to be interfering, well, nobody has verified that, but they believe so, interfering with the official EC equipment. We know that the NPP, over the years, have had an advantage when it comes to collation of the results. The NDC have had a challenge. And the NDC, they are determined to rectify that tonight. And they have invested well on this particular matter.
You expect the NDC to resolve that because it happened in 2016, happened in 2020. In fact, it was a major campaign issue in the build-up to the NDC's national chairmanship election. So definitely, as Johnson has said in Kecha, you don't want to come back and say, well, I promised I was going to deal with this. I couldn't deal with it. The NDC must deal with it. We'll see as the night
if they're able
goes
to
on.
manage. And I know each time we've gone to the elections in both 2016 and 2020, just when the coalition starts, something happens to the NDC system. And we confirm that sometimes it crashes. But we'll see whether it holds. But there's a lot at play here. NDC have said, they put a lot of pressure on themselves. They said by 11 p.m., they will know the outcome of the elections. Omani Bama himself said it. We've had MPP already tell us that they're also in a position similar times around that same time zones, they can dictate whether or not, what has happened in the outcome of the elections for them. We'll be going to the Electoral Commission pretty shortly because there's some additional issues. As you know, they've addressed a news conference. They told that the next time we're going to have another briefing should be at 6 p.m. But what I can tell you is that my colleague Israel Lai is joining me right now from the EC headquarters. There is an additional update, Israel, that we can bring to our audience tonight exclusively. And I see you have there in your shot a man who understands what is happening, but also with the very latest accurate information. As far as some of the details we are getting is concerned, which particular region is this and a particular constituency, I believe, that the EC is keen to quickly clarify?
Evans, it has to do with the Yendi constituency. There were reports suggesting that there was a shortage of ballot papers, and the Electoral Commission says that's actually not true. So we have the deputy chairman in charge of operations. He's right here with me, and so he's going to answer to that. So yes, we got the report about the fact that there were issues with ballot paper shortages in Yendi, but you're saying that that's not the case.
Yes. When we also had the report,
okay,
we called the regional director.
So you also got the same report?
Yes, we also actually heard it on the news and all that. So we called the regional director. And then we also spoke with the district electoral officer. And then we followed it up and then spoke with the returning officer. So all of them, their reports indicate that there are no shortages of ballot papers in the constituency, and voting is ongoing smoothly. So the issue of reports of shortages of ballot papers in the Yendi constituency, it is not true. We have spoken with the regional director, we've spoken with the district electoral officer, and we've also spoken with the returning officer. And I don't think we've had cases of shortage of ballots. All the police stations are working. And I don't know whether maybe it's getting to 5. So I can't tell for now whether maybe there are people in the queue, voters in the queue. But we haven't.
As far as you're concerned.
As far as we are concerned, with the reports that we've gotten from the regional director, the district electoral officer, as well as the returning officer, there are no shortages.
All right. Earlier we got reports about the voter turnout, and you had indicated that as at 2 p.m. you had all polling stations recording about 50%.
Yes, in fact, that is we have the regional directors giving us situational reports.
Okay.
And that is what we've been using to brief the media. So, as was rightly said at during the press briefing, as at 2 p.m., all the voting centers, had recorded an average of 50 and above percent.
All right.
So that's the.
Then one other issue I'd like us to look at is the Kintampo incident, where the tearing of the ballots, the electoral officer who was doing that actually tore off part of the front run, the flagbearer of the New Patriotic Party. I was asking earlier, you said the commission is yet to take a decision on what to do regarding the particular polling station. Has the commission taken a decision yet?
Yes, excuse me, it's very, very unprofessional on the part of the ballot issue.
And he has been arrested.
That was not what we were trained to do. And unfortunately, the ballot issue did that. Unfortunately, he has been arrested. So the commission is yet to take a decision based on the investigations that we also get from the police. The commission will also set up its own committee to look into it. So we are yet
to take a decision. My concern, though, is if he handed out ballots, 15 ballots to people, and the people obviously didn't have the chance to choose the first candidate, does it mean that they have been disenfranchised? And what does it mean if they have been disenfranchised? Or in fact, what it actually means is that those ballots are going to be spoiled ballots and going to be rejected.
Yes, with respect to the ballots actually in the box, it will be very difficult for one to actually know that who actually
entered.
Yes,
put it
did actually vote and then put it in the box. That is where the issue is.
Right.
It will be very, very difficult because it's how the ballot belongs to this person or what.
All right. Thank you very much. If there's anything else.
Okay.
Rely from the EC headquarters, giving us the very latest from there, and Easy will stay with us. Easy, I know that the Electoral Commission has been very clear. We're expecting another briefing, I believe, at 6 p.m. Israel, sorry, you may have to unmute because I can't hear you now. We're expecting another briefing at 6 p.m. The last briefing, yes.
We're expecting another briefing at 6 p.m.
At the last briefing, a few issues came up. There has been this shooting incident. The EC confirms one person is dead. The question was about whether it has affected voting. They believe it hasn't, and that they have the security helping them to ensure that voting goes ahead and those who are left in the queue continue. There was another question from Medina where rings have disrupted the voting. The EC again assures that if you're in the queue when it started, and of course the people disperse, you can come back, you stay in the queue, and everybody else who was in the queue before 5 p.m., which just happened a few minutes ago, will get a vote. Those two issues clarify still, and people can still go ahead, stay in the queue and vote. The police providing security for the area that had the incident with the shooting.
Yes. So the issues are as they remain, or as was updated when at the last briefing. So we're expecting to get some further briefing at 6 p.m. when they get to brief us again. And then we can get some more updates on what exactly is the situation in those areas that you highlighted. But yes, as you have indicated, and as the Electoral Commission has said already, for all these places that people remain in queues, they'll continue. They'll be allowed to vote until everybody has had the chance to vote. So if, it's past 5 p.m. now, so if you're now going to join the queue, it's too late for you. But if you're already in the queue, you can get a chance to vote.
Israel, thank you very much. And Israel is our man at the Electoral Commission headquarters. He's there with Elton Brobe, and we're just talking about Yendi there, very important part. As far as the NPP is concerned, it is a stronghold for the NPP. It's an area that they've always won, and they have a very strong showing there. As a trend here tells us, last time they won it handsomely. In fact, that is in terms of the historical performance, it was their best performance yet for the NPP in that part of the country. That is 62%, and this is in the parliamentary level. I want to go to Ledokuku right now, and I will come back and analyze that. Ledokuku is one of the areas that we are watching very, very closely, and Papani is our man there, Ledokuku, joining us. And Papani, tell us, at the beginning of polls, there were some tensions in some polling stations. That, I believe, has changed, but the moment is here when sorting is expected to begin, and we know it always comes with its own challenges. What can you report right now?
Well, Evan, so in as much as we know that the initial tension that was here about the queue and some allegations about people that were jumping the queues as well, it has died down, but this is one of those areas that has always been in the heat of the problem or the heat of the issues as always. Even an hour before even polls closed here at the Teshi Old Library polling station A and B, hundreds of people have started massing up here trying to witness the counting itself. It has ended. You can see that the electoral officials themselves are crossing their T's and dotting their I's and ensuring that when the counting begins, they would have been done with their initial paperwork. Just to walk you through the initial numbers that we have here from the Teshi Old Library polling station A and B, well, we understand that for the A, we're expecting 578 voters, but only 388 eventually came through. Shortly, we'll be able to give you a breakdown as to how much the current health minister got and also the incumbent member of parliament for the area also got. For polling station B, what we understand is that they were expecting 578 again, and only 408 of them managed to come through to exercise their franchise. I have the presiding officer here for polling station and quickly walk me through what exactly will you make of the entire day. So it's been 8 hours of voting. What do you make of the process so far?
It was calm, and in fact, the expectation was very massive because you can see the enthusiasm of the electorate. Because as of 4 a.m., they have formed their queue and they themselves have given numbers to make things smooth for us. So the whole atmosphere here and the exercise was very calm.
But one thing I noticed that he had challenges with earlier was the queues. Then he moved to individuals who were just using their phones to take pictures or videos of their ballot in itself. I mean, how are you managing to tackle some of these?
Yeah, you see, we are dealing with human beings, and sometimes you have to exercise your discretion against the will of the polling agents. We all know the rules governing the elections, and we're told not to take pictures because our ballot or our vote is very secret. So those who did that, we only seek the attention of the security agents around, and then we make sure that we delete those footage from the phones.
Last one, how soon should we expect you to start counting?
Very soon, very soon.
Very soon. So I have the presiding officer for the other police station that is just here. Prince, you in the last minute accosted a lady alleging that she had taken a picture of that. How did you resolve that?
Okay, so actually she didn't take a picture. It was just she had a call whilst voting. So that's how come she took out her phone. But it wasn't a picture. I confirmed and it wasn't a picture.
And you let her go from that. I mean, but that's not the only incident. I mean, there's quite a number of them throughout the day. How did you manage to resolve some of those?
Concerning...
I mean, those who were interested in using their mobile phones to take a picture of their ballot.
So first, before we give you the ballot, we inform you to put your phone in your pocket. You're not allowed to take your phone there. You take it and put it on the table, or you allow you to put it in your pocket. We also monitor and make sure that whilst you are voting, you don't take out your phone. Okay. So whilst monitoring, we realized that she took out her phone. That's how come we questioned her. And it was just a call that came through. And then, yeah.
All right, Prince, I'm sure that you're getting ready to count. We'll come to you definitely. But these are just 2 polling stations out of a number of about 353 of them dotted around the entire Lejokuku constituency in itself. We know that the incumbent on the ticket of the NDC, Benjamin Ayiko, is strongly contesting one-time member of parliament as well, the current member of parliament, not the member of parliament, the health minister for government, Bernard Okobo, and these two are going head to head. And this polling station is one that has been tipped to really be one of the deciding factors for whoever will win this. And we're monitoring this closely and definitely bring you up to speed what exactly we find from this particular polling station, Evans.
Annie, by the way, you talked about that incident earlier in the day, and we see the polling and sorting is about to begin. What you see on your shot is pretty normal, Winston. Before it starts, there's a bit of, okay, how do we get this done? Although they know the rules, but the agents, everybody wants to be vigilant. Everything will be contested. And that is what you see in your shot there. EC officials making sure that everybody's on the same page before they begin to touch any ballot paper and any ballot box.
And of course, I mean, for the sake of transparency and accountability, he must indicate, for instance, how many ballot papers were brought into the polling center, how many people voted, and so how many won it in 2004.
There you go.
So, I mean, this is what I was talking about. Okay, this is what I was talking about. Just this about 176, but when it gets to, say the parliamentary, for instance, the NPP won it in 2004. They lost it. I mean, at the time, Andrew Mensah said, loses it to Anthony Dadze, who retains it for the NDC, then loses it to Maurice Donko, and then Maurice Donko loses his primary. So there's a new candidate for the NPP. But in 2016, in 2020, Maurice Donko, Elvis Maurice Donko, wins by 176. The NDC still has Felix Ofosu-Kwakye showing up again, and he contrary to the challenges he may have had in 2020, where the conversation at the time was the fact that we don't know you, and so you're trying to prove a point that, oh, I come from this area. In 2024, he solidified, the grounds in that constituency. And you would have seen that also in his margin of victory, even in the party's primary, where at the time he was expected to be giving, a keen contest by, Professor Brown Kluche, which didn't happen. So this is one seat that the NDC can actually flip in the central region. But because you also have a new candidate representing the NPP, that actually throws it wide.
Yeah.
What is he bringing on board? This man won it even at the time that the NDC's John Dramani Mahama won the constituency.
And there's another thing else when you put on the smart wall, gives you another level of analysis instantly there, which is the poverty heat map. And the poverty heat map tells an interesting story. I was looking at it yesterday and it was fascinating. How they decided to punish the parliamentary because of how poverty there has sort of become worse over the period. And as we always do, 2 data points, 2015, 2021. And you go to 2015 there, and I'm going to let you pay attention to this. And this there is the area we are talking about in Abrasebu Kwamankese.
Exactly.
And this is in 2015. The last time
27, severity 3.3.
So it was low. It wasn't your lighter, and again, if you're just joining us, you haven't engaged with our poverty heat map yet. When we pull this up, just look at the shades. The darker the shade, the more poverty. The lighter it is, the less poverty is there. You look at it, there is some level of poverty, both severity and incidence. And that is why you see the shade there being what it is in terms of its dark nature. Compared to this area here, you see this is darker, right? Yeah. But look at what happens in 2021, and I'll show you that pretty quickly, just to make a point about how it potentially impacted that close outcome at the parliamentary level. Because you look at it here, and then you go to the 2021 picture, and it's instantly darker. I'm going to lift it up for you to watch. And this same area here that you were looking at. It's instantly darker. And Winston, in the real values, it's changed too.
Exactly, from incidence of 27, I guess, to 28, severity from 3.3 to 44.1. It tells you a story.
Yeah. Immediately, poverty levels have gone up in that area, right? From 2015 to 2021, the Statistical Service did that, and we are comparing that with the electoral outcomes. And we've told you that this is 2021, so the elections before 2021 is where we saw that very, very close razor-thin difference. Keep it held there in terms of that area. And then I'll pull up the electoral outcome, and this same area here. The electoral outcome that we're talking about in parliamentary in 2020 was that, right?
176, yeah.
So in punishing the incumbent party, they gave them, but the race was so tight at 176 there.
And you see, Evans, we've talked about the fact that normally where you have where people are not happy, they tend to punish the parliamentary candidate more than the presidential candidate. Yeah. While they will punish the presidential candidate, because people get to see their member of parliament often, and he is seen as an agent of development, no matter how you look at it. In Ghana, the MPs are seen as agent of development. So they get to punish the political party by punishing the MP some more, and that's what you would see here.
And I'll go to another number pretty shortly, but on one point, let's put this in context. This is the poverty situation there in 2021.
Yeah.
We are in 2024. 3 years have passed since the last Statistical Service data that showed that the poverty levels have gone up from 2015 to 2021. What it means is this 176 winning margin for the MPP potentially is wobbly because we know that the economic conditions have become even more challenging.
They're worse now.
Since the last time that the Statistical Service did this data for us, which we're using for our smart wall. So again, that has an impact, right? And if you are the MPP, you're watching that to say, and also because we're saying, Abrasebu Kwamankese tend to also have this swing characteristic, right? And it tells you potentially what might be happening in the outcome there when you look at the trend map here, right?
There you have it.
Those stories here are important to watch in that area. I want to go to Ayawaso Central, where my colleague Hanodame will join us pretty shortly, and then we'll also cross over to other parts of the country because, as you know, polls have closed, sorting happening. There are a few constituencies we are watching to give us a sense of what is happening. But if you're just joining us, one of the key issues of importance right now, even before the first results come through, is turnout. And turnout is important for various reasons that we've analyzed. We'll go to another pretty shortly. We'll go to the Electoral Commission for that press conference. There's a lot of happenings across the country that we need to get clarity for you about. We'll get that for you. You see that in your shot there. We'll also be going to the polling stations, as you see with the counting happening. And what our reporters are doing is giving us a summary of a few polling stations in the constituency so we can get a general sense of what is happening there. I want to go to Benjamin. Benjamin is obviously with our panelist there in Studio 997. And you've been listening to us, Benjamin, about the issues that are important, but the poverty and its relationship with how voters may be going out to vote or may not, and how they may be punishing one party as opposed to the other when they look at who is responsible for their current plight. That is obviously an important factor in any elections. One time it became very famous. You look at how your pocket is performing and you go out there and cast your ballot accordingly. And as we've been seeing in our poverty heat map, it tends to have an impact on the electoral outcomes.
Well, from what we've seen, all the way from yesterday into today, and the data we've analyzed, indeed, there is some nexus between the poverty indices, whether you're talking about the prevalence or severity, and how people vote. But interestingly, in some areas, you would see even that where it has become worse, and they've still given the nod to certain political parties that are incumbent. So it's a tricky bag over there. But coming back into the studio, I do not know, we could wade into that, how much of an issue the economic situation, especially when you narrow it down to poverty, the real grinding situation on the ground, how much of an influence you think that will have on people casting their vote in this election. Clara, I'll start with you before I go to Prof.
Yes, but the poverty people, yes, may feel it, but whether or not they actually make the effort to go out and vote would depend on whether they believe that that vote, the outcome of that vote could affect their circumstances.
So it goes back to what Prof was saying earlier. If you're choosing to reset, how is that reset going to help me?
Yes.
If you're saying I'm going with possibilities, how are those possibilities going to open doors
Absolutely.
for me?
Absolutely.
Right.
We've come from largely, probably when we started the Fourth Republic, a lot of people voted probably because, just like a lot of other identity issues, well, traditionally my family, we vote this way, and my family, we vote that way. But I think increasingly, people are starting to link the power of democracy to their personal circumstances. So I believe that it would play a role in whether they actually go out there to vote.
Yeah. And I think in this particular election, economic questions of the economy, its impact on people's lives will play a very big role. And not just for the poor. I mean, the notion of a middle class has almost been wiped out. You know, the bond issue and other issues, you know, the currency fluctuations have contributed. I'm sure Clara and I probably 5 years ago, if our wages were converted into dollars, it was fairly worthwhile teaching in Ghana, right?
Right now, the situation has changed.
The situation has changed. You know, so all of us will get into that booth or proud to and consider, what does reset mean for me, for my family, for my kids? What does possibilities of the mind mean? You know, so both the poor, the chronically poor, and the middle class who are struggling to maintain this notion of being middle class and occasionally going to a restaurant once a month instead of 3 times, taking the kids on a holiday once a year, now probably once every 2 years, and changing our clothing fairly routinely, and also buying some books and, you know, putting our feet up and drinking coffee and reading the Sunday newspaper. You know, we've made real adjustments because the economy has been in shambles for a long time and we are not sure. You know, so it's not just about the poor. business people also will be making these choices. So the numbers here will mean a lot to both parties. And I'm sure that if they have good research departments, they will be doing the number crunching right now.
And that's what I mean. Both political parties have vowed to do.
Yeah.
Like you heard, I believe it was Evans Mensah making the point that by close of day, by about 11 p.m., getting towards midnight, they should be having a fair idea of how things have gone.
Absolutely.
Predominantly. And be able to strategize about, okay, these are the real optics. This is the reality on the ground. But something else that I'm curious about. In this election, some things have happened. Once campaigning ends, it ends. We saw the president decide to address the nation after that. Then we had an MPP presser. Then later, sometime today, we've had an NDC presser. And then it's been following through. Some have said, Dr. Ishmael Norman, I was listening to him yesterday, and he said that in referencing the MPP's presser led by Dennis Miracles Abwaje, he said it was a disguised campaign. I mean, he was in party colors and all of that. But for both sides and everything that has happened, today up north, there was former President Mahama at his father's grave, and before he went to cast his vote. Some people look at these as subtle campaigns post the official campaign period.
Sure.
What's your reaction?
Well, I mean, certainly Mahama going to his father's grave was an emotional play on people's minds. First Republic politician, successful minister, First Republic politician, honest, fairly conservative in terms of how they use state resources. So let me go and pay homage. And of course, we all know how we love our ancestors. So that was a very subtle play on people's emotions. And then having his daughter along, father-daughter relationships. So it wasn't campaign in the ordinary sense of the word, but it's the optics, a deliberate signaling to people who would be following him, that he's a family man, he loves his daughter, he loves his father, wants to probably follow in his father's, footsteps. So it's all part of it.
It's all part of it. Just hold for me there. Let me cross over to Natalia Kwanzaa, who is in the Esikado Ketan constituency. What can you tell us from there? I want to believe the polls have closed, but what picture is being painted there?
Yes, so Benjamin, the polls has closed over here in the Esikado Ketan constituency. I'm at the Collation Center. You know that the Esikado Ketan constituency in the Western region is one key place that everyone is looking out to, considering the various issues that surrounded the last 4 years election. Before 6 p.m., electorates were trooping in here at the polling station, the Collation Center here. Benjamin, I must say that they have made everything possible. Before 6, Electricity Company of Ghana, people were here to make sure that there is sufficient light. I mean, everywhere has been lighted. The EC is ready. The projector has already been mounted. And then one intriguing thing is that with the street light, there is also a line connected to it so that in case that there is light out, they can use a generator with it. So for here, it's been peaceful throughout. But before 6, everyone is trooping here to come and, listen to what is happening on grounds.
All right, thank you for those quick updates. Of course, we'll be circling back to most of our correspondents to find out what exactly is happening on the ground, especially as sorting, counting begin. But I'm handing over back to Evans Mensah in the Joy News studio.
And indeed, we'll be coming back to you for a bit more of the expert analysis there, giving us a sense of the expert take on some of the happenings across the country. So stand by for us. I want to go to the northern region now. Martina Bugri standing by with the very latest there. Another area we're watching very closely when it comes to the battle for the north. Martina, where are you tonight? And we're expecting that from the northern region, some of the polling stations, in fact, even at the constituency level, they should be wrapping up pretty early because of the smaller numbers of registered voters in some of the areas. What's the update from where you are? Martina, you have muted. Can you kindly unmute for me? Let me hear you.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Loud and clear.
Okay, so I am at the under Mango Tree polling center at the Kalpohene Estate, and counting has been done for the presidential, and the total vote cast was 361, one rejected, and the NDC had 233, the MPP 120, UGPP had 1, CPP had 1, Nana Bediako had 2, and Alan got 3, 1 rejected at the Mango Tree, under Mango Tree at the Kalpohene Estate. They're about to count the parliamentary one, which would be brought to our viewers as and when that is sorted out. Earlier on, we had visited some centers, and one issue that kept coming up this day was the sharing of money at polling centers. This created some confusion in some of the centers, especially in the Tamale South constituency. At the Masjid Taiba polling center, there was near clash between the supporters of the NDC and the MPP over the sharing of money. It is that same incident that triggered the shooting, we are told, at the Tolong constituency, where currently we know one person is dead and another person is injured. I met the family of the deceased at the Tamale Police Headquarters. They had come to seek for permission from the police to take the body for burial. 7 people were also at the police station writing their statement. A vehicle we understand, was impounded by the military or the security and brought to the police headquarters. That we can independently confirm, but we saw a Range Rover white one parked that we understand had been impounded. Currently, as we speak in Yankpala, a team of military officers have been stationed to ensure that there is normalcy in the area.
Thank you so much for bringing us the scoop there, and we'll keep our eyes trained on that belt of the country, the northern region, to see what happens. That's Martina Bugri from the northern region. Interesting picture, Prof and Clara, because in the northern region, you know, if you're looking at the tail of the tape, the voting tape from 1992 all the way to 96 and 2000, it was predominantly an area where the NDC would sweep most of the seats. From 2004, thereabouts, all the way to around 2012, it became a bit of a competition. And now you would realize that the MPP has even flipped the region. 18 constituencies, 10 of those seats in the grips of the MPP, only 8 of them in the grips of the NDC. So, especially with both candidates, the major parties, NDC and MPP, coming from up north, the northern region will also be in sharp focus. But of course, 2 other regions, the Savannah region, where John Dramani Mahama hails from, and the northeast region, where Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia hails from. But for now, your reflections on the northern region in terms of the vote. So you'd have to look at the security situation, things that have happened in that region, the economic lives of the people, and everything in between.
So I mean, in terms of the security, or probably before I come to the security, I want to talk about the shifting identities of the MPP and the NDC. And I think sometimes we tend to make a mistake. I mean, Clara will remember that when the PNDC stroke NDC started, you could identify the Ghanaian type who would support the NDC or the PNDC. And then you would identify.
I'm sorry I keep doing this, but when our correspondents are on, I have to go to
Yes,
them.
of course.
I'm sorry, my apologies. Let me cross over to Clinton Yebwa in the Subin constituency. Clinton, what exactly can you tell us as far as the Subin constituency is concerned? So Clinton Yeboah is coming to us from the Subin constituency in the Ashanti region. Clinton Yeboah, please unmute. What is the situation like in Subin?
All right, Benjamin. Currently in Subin, I am at the Central International School polling station, which is one of the 175 polling stations in the Subin constituency. And currently there have been a split, an almost sharp split between the candidature of Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia and the former President Mahama. Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia claims 179 votes, whilst John Mahama claimed 154 votes. And that is something that the voters have spoken to say it's something unheard of in the constituency. And so there seems to be a very close, tight context here in the constituency. But since morning, in my observation with the polling stations that I have been visiting, 3 key observations were made. One, a delayance of electoral materials, which delayed the voting time almost an hour. Some or majority of the voting centers started, after more than 1 hour after voting time. And also, there were records of low security. You could visualize the low security in most electoral areas that I visited, and also slow turnout. Very low turnout were recorded according to most of the presiding officers that I've spoken to.
But the interesting thing there is that for the first time, and he says some people are even surprised about it, that at that polling station, you would have Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia getting 179 of the votes. And interestingly, the NDC's candidate, John Dramani Mahama, getting 154, unheard of. So that is a surprise there. Low voter turnout, but like I said earlier, the low voter turnout may end up favoring one side over the other. Definitely. But before we cross over to Jacqueline and Soma Yeboah as well, let's head back into the Joy News studio. Evans, so quite an interesting picture in Subin.
Yeah, it is an interesting picture indeed. And Clinton is really at the heart of it all there. Subin is one of the interesting areas too. But I'm interested, Clinton. I know this particular polling station you are in is not the only place you've been. And when I was in Kumasi, you and your colleagues have been doing a bit of work touring the Ashanti region, and today also. From what you're gathering in many of the other polling stations you've been, what sense you get when you talk to EC officials about the turnout generally, beyond where you are? Do you get a sense that people have turnout in their numbers to vote?
Evans, yes, the low voter turnout is a generic issue with all the about 30 polling stations that I was able to visit in the constituency.
30. That, Winston, it is a great story there. And then Clinton, stay with us for a second. I'm interested in your thoughts on this. Yeah, you know, 30 places in the Subin area there.
And it's still low voter turnout. So it actually confirms the trend that we've always known, okay? That, you know, whenever a party is in a second term, that election, you record a low voter turnout, which actually affects the incumbent party. And that's what it's playing out. I mean, I had Professor Enin saying, oh, because the polling station, you know, these days there are a lot more polling stations and so the votes. But you see, we're looking at the percentages where there are, say, so for instance, when Avajit was reporting from the Yawasu West Wogan constituency, he talked about where they were expecting some over 1,000 voters and 530-something showed up to vote. You're looking at a little over 50% coming out there to vote. That's the, conversation we're having now. And it's indicative of a major trend nationwide.
But here's the thing that I'm curious about. Considering the amount of time that both Dr. Bawumia spent in the Ashanti region, then towards the last few days, you had his running mate, who, by the way, was selected primarily because of his ability to galvanize, because he came from Ashanti region, and they knew way before the elections that that is what they needed in terms of getting their supporters in the Ashanti region to be energized to go out and vote. Of course, this is not the full picture yet. No. This is early days yet, and so it's not a region-wide phenomenon. We can't say that for certain. But at least for these small areas that we have sampled, it seemed to be an issue. It will be a real problem if by the time the counting is done, generally, it becomes a big deal. But the 30 polling stations in Sobing, an area that is, you know,
it's
NPP,
but
blue,
this is it.
deep blue.
This is it.
That's a concern.
If the Ashanti region records less than 70% voter turnout, the elections will be difficult for the NPP. If there is a less than 70% voter turnout in the Ashanti region, automatically, take this from me, the elections become very, very difficult for the NPP. And you can see at that stage, the NPP would have the realization that this may not just be the election.
And that's Ashanti region there. And Clinton, give me again a sense, you there, and you witnessed and you covered the intense campaigning that the NPP did on the ground, all because they were very deliberate to get their members out to vote this year in the elections that is just ended, and counting still happening in many places. You've been to 30 polling stations, and generally you're reporting that the turnout has been low. When you talk to people, when polling started in the morning to now, well, what sense do you get? Why aren't people out, at least in those 30 polling stations you've been? And let's stay with that because we don't want to overgeneralize this. Why are people telling you about why they're not going out to vote as they would normally?
Well, the fact that they say that they are busy going about their day, there are two things that stand out. The first one is for them making a decision between Alan Chermantin and Dr. Muhammadu Bawumia. They seem to be having conflicted allegiance to the two. And so the best choice for them is to stay away. Now, one of the most reason that many people cited for not voting is also that there were delays of electoral materials. They were there at the polling centers waiting to vote, but then materials delayed, and so they had to get back to their works. And this is how they then decided not to return, or the time probably escaped them.
That's an interesting excuse indeed, but it tells a story, Winston, very good, because I need to go to Boku Central. Stay with me.
Yes.
Clinton, thank you very much. We'll return to you and the other correspondents there for a sense of what is happening. But let me take you to the Upper East region, where my colleague Albert Sori is standing by. Boku Central is interesting because of the conflict there, and we know there's a curfew, and we know polling ended at 5.
Yeah.
That may be affecting those in the queue, but also counting needs to be finished very quickly. Albert, what are the dynamics there with the curfew in place?
So when I spoke to the Upper East Regional Police Commander before I came into town yesterday, the communication was that at the end of voting time today, what they will do was to stop people from joining the queue, and those who are still in the queue will be allowed to vote together with security protection. Now, afterwards, when it's 6 o'clock and curfew time, what they will do is that they will ask the civilians, all civilians are supposed to go indoors by 6 p.m. Only the Electoral Commission officials and other accredited people who... Sorry, Evans, let me just move a little bit because there are some vehicles coming in.
I can see that behind you, and this is Boku indeed. You need to be always on your guard when you're reporting, especially at this time of the evening when curfew is upon you. Yes, Albert, yes?
Yes, so what happened was that the Electoral Commission officials and other accredited people like media and observers who have accreditation to be at the polling stations will be allowed to stay and witness the counting at the polling stations together with security protection. So that was what happened. So at 6 p.m., when the voting was over, and it was also curfew time, the security provided protection for the counting at the polling stations. And then they will escort the Electoral Commission officials to the collation center. We were initially told that the collation center would be at the police station. And that is where myself and other media colleagues decided to go. But when we got there, we were told that it has been moved to the office of the Electoral Commission, which is inside the building of the Boko Municipal Assembly. And so that is where we are currently, as ballot boxes and Electoral Commission officials arrive here under security protection. What I understand is going to happen is that the security will be stationed here for protection as the collation goes on this evening, and then the election results will eventually be declared when the collation is over.
And one of the key things we're watching across the country, but particularly in Boku Central, because of the conflict, the potential for that conflict to discourage people from turning out in their numbers to exercise their civic responsibility. What can you report on that? Did people brace the odds in spite of the potential for the guns to go off to go out and vote?
Yes, so what I've been told since I got here is that there were a lot of dialogues between security personnel, people in high office, people who are respected. There were a lot of dialogues held between the factions for there to be a very peaceful election here in Boko. And so for the last 3 or 4 days, there haven't been any shootings or any disturbances whatsoever. In fact, when I got into the town yesterday evening, everything appeared very normal, except for the fact that you occasionally see security people in armored cars and other vehicles patrolling the town. You see a lot of soldiers and police officers and other security officials at various vantage places. There wasn't any sign that this is the troubled area that we frequently hear about in the news. And so today, the election was generally peaceful. We did not witness any kind of violent incident or any thing that threatened to mar the process, except that what is happening in Boko is that the nature of the conflict is such that people on either side of the factions cannot cross into certain areas for their own security. And so if you have to go into a polling station that is in enemy territory, for want of a better expression, you will not dare to do that. But I witnessed very long queues on either side of the factions. We've been told where the demarcations are, where the territories are. But because we are media people, we are not involved in it in any way. And so we were allowed to move about freely. I crossed into areas belonging to both factions and witnessed the voting process. There were quite long queues in most of the polling stations. It's difficult to tell at this moment exactly how the general turnout was unless we start getting the results. But I would say that the process was generally very smooth and there weren't any incidents at all.
And that is very encouraging indeed in Boku Central. And I know Dr. Enin, Professor Enin will weigh in pretty shortly, getting this good news report from Boku Central. All the security analysts I know, the security briefings I've heard, and even talking to the Electoral Commission, everybody was concerned about Boku Central, whether indeed they can even set up polling stations there. And it tends to be very good news, early days yet, but good news there from Albert. Albert, fantastic reporting, and please keep vigilant and safe. We'll reconnect with you again just to get the very latest from Boku Central, especially as we begin to move all the ballots to the polling, the collation center there for the final results to be declared for the parliamentary. And then, of course, we get an announcement for the presidential. We'll connect with you again. Thank you very much, Albert. I want to bring in my colleague, Jackie Ansumayebwa, who is in Ablikuma, reporting for us tonight. Ablikuma North. Hello, Jackie. And I know you've been around a lot of the polling stations already, and you're at one currently. What can you report in terms of how close we are to getting a sense of who may have won this particular constituency?
Well, Evans, the election coverage in the Ablikuma North constituency has actually been a mix of surprises and key developments. Earlier, at one of the polling stations that I went, there was a bit of chaos, but it was resolved. I mean, it was between the party agents there. It was resolved, but I was around, let me say, roughly 30 polling stations in the area. We have about 280. I was around like 30 polling stations, but then it has been smooth so far. But then the predominant issue has been the low voter turnout. Most of the Electoral Commission officials have been talking about this issue, and I believe most of my colleagues around have also been sharing these details, and it's actually raising concerns about this. But currently, I'm at the Apostolic Church polling station, which houses 4 centers, and where there's a race between the MPP and the NDC parliamentary candidates, who are all women. And since 2012, especially in this particular polling station, most of the times we always have, always since 2012, we always have the MPP leading. But currently here, we have the NDC leading in their numbers here. And we'll be moving to the collation center very soon. And also, the contest is still heating up with all that I'm gathering from other polling stations. It looks like there's still a keen contest between these 2 female parliamentary candidates. But then with the NDC and presidential, with the NDC presidential contest too, we also have Dr. Mount Brownmia also leading that one too here. But then I'll be bringing more details with regards to other polling stations that I'll be moving to.
Okay, thank you very much. I want to take you to Tema East, another area that the NPP didn't do quite well and want to take back. My colleague, Mame Mr. Thompson, joins me right now from Tema East. Hello, Mame. What's the story there tonight?
And counting in some stations here at Padmore just ended, and I'm at Padmore currently, where one of the biggest polling stations currently. It houses about 16 polling stations. And as I speak to you now, everything was going on smoothly until some NDC supporters got angered because they felt that some ballot boxes were being transported in individual cars. But when I got closer to find out about the situation, what we realized was that they weren't going to allow ballot boxes to be moved to the collation centers separately. According to some of them who were observing the process, they felt that if the ballot boxes moved separately, the tendency that the numbers would be tampered with was high. And so they blocked the EC officials from sending the ballot boxes outside the polling station. As I speak to you, the security officials here currently are strictly policing the ballot boxes that have currently been counted, ensuring that there is no misunderstanding between NDC supporters and NPP supporters, but they are struggling to do so because there's so many NDC, NPP supporters surrounding the ballot boxes, making it very difficult for EC officials to transport them to the collation center at Oldham's Senior High School. So Evans, as I speak to you now, I can pan to where they are now for you to see the kind of strict security by the ballot boxes as we speak. There are quite a number of people here, and so I find it a little bit difficult moving through the people. But as you can see, there's an immigration officer standing on the table on top of the ballot boxes, ensuring that there's transparency in transporting them from the polling station here to the Oldham Collation Center. Initially, the people did not understand that the ballot boxes had to move without them accompanying it. And it was difficult allowing the EC officials to do their work. But as I speak now, the security officials here, including the police and the immigration, are policing the ballot box. In fact, that it is moved safely to the collation center. So that's what's happening right now. Majority of supporters are surrounding the ballot boxes. Meanwhile, counting is still underway in some places, as in they're trying to collect the numbers, the figures that they've received so far. We're still trying to collect the numbers, get the numbers, the official pink sheets so that we can tell our listener what it is. But from the looks of it, currently, a few of the stations that are collected, about 3 of them at the Padmore Collation Center, Padmore Polling Station, Padmore School Electoral Polling Station. It looks like the NDC in the parliamentary and presidential are in the lead as I speak to you. But then we will collate the numbers and get back to you with the latest in what's happening here. Evan.
Okay, Mami, thank you very much. And the thing about what I'm seeing is how crowded that area is. For security considerations, it isn't great. And I'm wondering what the police is doing there right now to try and get people away from the ballot boxes before they move into the Constituency Collation Center.
Processes. After the polls, after counting, the presiding officer is expected, together with the police and some of the agents, are expected to transport the ballot boxes through the collation center, the Constituency Collation Center. It's actually the responsibility of the presiding officer. Where there is doubt, where there's mistrust, these agents can accompany them. Okay, so it's simple. You don't need everybody to join to take this to the collation center. So the party agents can join the security personnel and the presiding officer, so they can take it to the collation.
Party agents, yes, but what was reported is that you have everybody else wants to follow.
So no, they don't have to follow.
They don't have to
follow.
They don't have to.
Their job is done. You can go there for the counting. Post-counting, your job is done. If you don't have accreditation to be at the Constituency Collation Center, you don't show up there.
And I want to take you to Odododio right now, where my colleague Winston Taki is joining me right now. And I'm getting a sense, Winston Taki, that the Constituency Collation Center may already be in play, even now that we're early days yet, shortly after end of polls. Tell me that. That would be fascinating, considering how large Odododio is. What's happening there?
It's interesting. Just as you described, there are several number of the presiding officers trooping in to the main collation center for the Odododio constituency. And there is the city engineers where the whole collation is happening. Currently, the presiding officers have been arranged to align to ensure all the pink sheets are tabulated on a large screen so that everyone can follow what is happening here. Today has actually been a very interesting one.
Oh, goodness.
Fights happening in some parts of the constituency. However, the swift response by the police emergency team came in to quell the situation. That was around the Manchester Palace earlier this afternoon. However, there has been peaceful and smooth process across several polling stations within the constituency. Early on, about 252 polling stations were expected to cast their vote across the constituencies. About 109,000 electorate were also expected to cast their vote, and that has been what happened today. But we're waiting for the final figures. From what I've observed, NDC has been leading in the citizen engineers polling station over 50% in terms of numbers. We're yet to ascertain the total numbers at the end of this particular collation at the city and engineers for the Odododio constituency.
Okay, and by the way, based on the polling stations you've been so far, what sense do you get about turnout? Has it been impressive?
In some locations, it has been impressive. But one thing that I observed was the last-minute voter turnout. So 30 minutes of time, that is when you realize a lot of people ran into some polling stations, and when they got there, they were informed that they were actually at the wrong police station. Some had to move about 10 minutes away. Some even were said to be voting in other regions. That was what was happening today, and that is something that happened not just at where I was, but I got information that it happened across several. Another place that I saw quite interesting is you could see about 5 polling stations on one stretch of streets. Some are even in people's house. Some are even in lines meandering into people's bedroom. That is how interesting it is within the Odododio constituency.
And Winston, thank you very much. And you see that in your shot, a live shot from the Electoral Commission headquarters, because we are awaiting a news conference by the Electoral Commission to update us on a few things happening across the country. And we'll return to the studio where the collation center is already in play. You can see that on your screens right now with Winston and the colleagues there waiting to see the various polling stations bring in their results for tabulation. And then eventually we will get that announced at the presidential level, and then a declaration be made for the parliamentary elections to there. And it's fascinating, isn't it, that very early days yet, and already they've been told, gather at the collation center. Normally, it doesn't, could it be quite significant in terms of its significance?
The normal thing is that
size.
Once the counting has been done and certified by the agents, you move to the coalition center.
Yeah.
So once the polls close, the coalition center be set up.
You give me a second. I want to go to Anas Sabit, who's joining us right now. Hello, Anas. Great to have you join us. I understand that the Electoral Commission will be speaking pretty shortly, so I need to take you from where you are, and I can see there's some activity behind you. What's the story there?
Evans, voting has ended here in the Techiman South constituency. We have, been to a couple of polling stations, and the results I would want to churn out. The presidential, most of the polling stations I am visiting. John Dramani Mahama of the National Democratic Congress is leading most of the about 8 polling stations I have visited. However, the situation seems different with regards to the parliamentary results. There seems to be skirt and blouse in the Techiman South constituency. Remember, in the 2020 general elections, John Mahama won the presidential contest with the current member of parliament, who is the Minister for Local Government, winning the parliamentary polls. That seems to be going to be repeated this time around, because clearly the difference, Martin J. Mensah Kosa, from the polling stations I have visited, is giving his, the NDC, candidate, Christopher Basson Tebayere, is quite huge. Same cannot be said of the presidential, where John Dramani Mahama is leading Dr. Baumia in most of the, polling stations we have visited. Very soon we'll be, heading towards the coalition center.
Okay, Anasabe, please stay with me. Techiman South is so important, so we'll come to you because of what happened there in 2020. But I want to go to the Electoral Commission headquarters now, where that briefing is happening. And now stay with me. Right from the Electoral Commission, I'm coming back to you. Let's go live to the Electoral Commission headquarters.
Only areas where there were still voters in the queue after 5 p.m. that continue to vote after the time for closure of polls. Our BVDs performed effectively. Processing time for voters was reduced drastically. In fact, it was less than 3 minutes for a voter to be processed. So voters spent less than 3 minutes in processing. Voter turnout, the report richness indicates that it has been very massive. The elections have been seamless, devoid of the usual hassle that characterized previous elections. This we were able to achieve because we set up a strategy that ensures a smooth flow of the process. This includes the threshold at 750, and then the increase of polling stations throughout the country. In 2020, we had 38,622 polling stations, and this was increased this year to 40,648, a difference of 2,026 polling stations. So the usual congestion at the polling stations were reduced drastically. The process has been very peaceful, with the exception of 1 or 2 pockets of violence, which unfortunately resulted in the death of 1 person. It is unfortunate this should not have happened. Whilst you mourn with the bereaved family, we want to put it on record that this unfortunate act did not occur due to an action or inaction on the part of the Electoral Commission. Our staff, we appreciate them so much for the good work done, for the show of high level of professionalism. The agents have also cooperated well, but we continue to urge them to do so throughout the collation exercises up to the final declaration of the results. Media has also done your job greatly in a very professional manner, and we appreciate that. You help us to unearth fraud practices, which is very good. But we want to continue to work professionally and also urge you to always, I want to emphasize, ensure that the results you declare is the same as the results you announce is the same as what the Electoral Commission has declared. So kindly, all the time, before you put your results in the public domain, kindly cross-check with the Electoral Commission. Our call center is there, our website is there, and anytime, any moment you call, we will respond to you and then give you the needed information. We are so grateful for you, and we wish you to continue to be with us throughout the exercise until we have declared finally the winners of this election. Thank you very much.
At this point, we would like to invite 5 questions as usual. If you have a question, may I see your hand?
Thank you very much. My name is Elton Broby. I work with Joy News. You reference what possibly could be a high voter turnout. Are you able to put a figure to it? Because the result we are seeing, or the figures we are seeing, rather suggest a low voter turnout. And is there any update on the Atebubo or Kintampo South, temporary employee of the EC that was picked by the practices? Thank you.
Yes, good evening. Mawina with TV3. You've spoken to the process thus far and everything that's transpired. What many would describe as a critical process after the voting is where we're in at this particular point in time. The Commission has assured continuously that it has provided all of its polling station presiding officers with necessary equipment for possible light out and all of that. I'm just drawing or bringing to the attention of the Electoral Commission a report from my colleagues in the Ayawaso North constituency of lights going out and what appears to be challenges with ongoing counting and then sorting and counting. I want to know if the Commission has any updates with respect to challenges from that particular constituency.
Good evening. My name is Edward Aqua, Ghana News Agency. So you indicated that some constituencies counting is ongoing. Can you share with us what resulted in the delays in counting and where are these areas respectively? Thank you.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Fauzu Masaudu. I work with CTFM and Channel 1 TV. I just want the Commission. So throughout today's series of presses, the Commission has been very heavy on the process thus far. But I just want to find out if the Commission has a quantitative data of irregularities, anomalies, and then when a question was asked earlier about security, for instance, the Commission made it clear that the Commission was not in charge of electoral security. But we cannot also dispute the fact that the police service, the observer missions and whatnot, they are, for the lack of better expression, auxiliary stakeholders in the electoral, management body. I just want to find out if you have picked any observation or if you've picked any feedback from them about the process thus far. So first, the quantitative data, if readily available, and second, any, particular details you've picked from these stakeholders that you would want the public to know, the media.
Okay, thank you. My name is Eko Moses. I correspond for Bloomberg. Just to expand on what my other colleague inquired, a place like Medina, there are reports that it had rained and so voting had somewhat been halted. Can we get any updates on that? And if that means that there will be any extended time for the process? Thank you. And also to as well, I'm just told.
Hi, good evening. Please, my name is Sally, and I'm with Kasi TV. So currently, there is a confusion at the Tema Central Royal School JHS due to a sudden light out. I want to know, how does the EC prevent any tampering or manipulation of the results with the votes cast? Thank you.
Bless Kokwalo Maso, Pan-African TV. In the earlier press briefing, one of our colleagues asked a question, and then you guys were heavy on specifics. Would the Electoral Commission was heavy or has been heavy on specifics? Can the Electoral Commission as well be specific in terms of figures? You're telling us that voting concluded in 95% of the polling stations. Which polling stations, can you give us information on that? Which polling stations have voting not concluded? Also, you're talking about a few flashpoints. Can we also get information of the names of these areas where there's been some violence? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your questions. We want us to put a figure on voter turnout. It is too early for us to do that because all the reports we get from the regions, they sample them and give them to us. And so if you want to tell you the specific figures for voter turnout, we'll do that in the course of the day, but not now, because we need to get the turnout from all the polling stations, which we are yet to get. Thank you. Attebubu issue. Yes, the culprit has been arrested by the police, and the case is under investigation. Now it is with the police, and the police will have to come out with the outcome of the investigation. But the Electoral Commission will follow up and ensure that it is followed to the letter. Ayawaso has lights off. The Commission engaged with the Electricity Company of Ghana for them to ensure that we have constant provision of light throughout the exercise. But as machines, anything can happen. Commission is still in charge with the ECG, to ensure that they restore the light for such affected places. We have also hired generators, giving money out for our generators to our officers to hire generators at each of the collation centers. So even in the event of the lights not coming on now, the standby generators will be used to complete the exercise. There were some polling stations that were still voting after 5 p.m. It could be due to the higher voter population. As at now, all polling stations have closed. All polling stations have closed. But we indicated after 5, there were about 5% of our polling stations that were still operating. Thank you. Quantitative data of irregularities. As I indicated, all these things will be made available to you in due course. But for now, Because we have not gotten a comprehensive information from all our polling stations, we can only give you the summary. At the right time, we'll give you all the details that you need to know. Feedback from donors. Yes, the Electoral Commission is in constant touch with the donors, or even the observers who have come, both foreign and local. Any information that needs to be made public to you will do that in the course of time. The lights off occurred at Ayawaso and Medina, so the explanation will stand for the two. Flashpoint. In fact, the violent incident that led to the death of one person occurred at Nyankpala UDS. That was where we pick it from. And that's the only place where such a violence has led to the death of one person. Thank you very much for your attention.
So, in addition to what the Director, Electoral Services, has just said, the ECOWAS and AU election observation teams met with the chairperson of the Electoral Commission, and we wish to inform you that they have actually expressed satisfaction with the whole electoral process from the start of voting to the close of polls. They indicated that the whole process has been seamless and very happy with the process. Thank you. So a correction, ECONEC and AU.
We'd like to thank you, commissioners, directors, and deputy directors, friends of the media. We are not yet done. We will have the last update at 9 p.m. So stay with us. Thank you very much. Thank you.
And that there is Electoral Commission update there. And there's some good news. 95% of the polling stations across the country are done. And only 5% are operating currently, which means that we can expect this to sort of close very quickly in terms of what is going to the constituency collation centers. If they're done already, which means that, of course, all the ballots can now go to the collation centers, and then we can get the collations done for us to begin to get a first sense. And already we are getting a sense of what may be happening in some parts of the country, in some constituencies.
Yes, Evans, and what it means actually is that we may be in for a short night.
Yeah.
And also because a lot of the polling stations are not as, we don't have huge numbers as they used to have. So what it means is that counting may be done quickly, and once counting is done, then they get to the collation center. So by midnight, we will have a first sense as to how this election is going and who's likely to win the 2024 election.
Certainly the parties will know it earlier.
Of course they will know.
And here's the thing. If 95, I'm taking the EC's word for it, they are the last place to go, primary means of getting information. If 95% of the policies are done, the parties had agents there, they are done, they know. They know how to speak tonight.
Yeah.
They know already. Because if it's done, they have the gadgets. You scan, you transmit, it's immediately converted into digital, it's adding up. If 95% are done, as we speak right now in the next 1 hour, they should start getting the first sense of where they are ending, at least at the presidential level, even at the parliamentary level.
Oh yes, I mean, and already the parties have started jubilating. We are waiting for the Electoral Commission. So once it's done at the coalition, once it's done at the coalition center, we'll come to you. So you get to you get to know how it's going. But already the parties are jubilating, and I'm sure you may have been seeing, statements on social media. Some of whom have sent us personal messages indicating how the elections are going. But we're waiting for the official declarations at the coalition centers. And once the declarations come, show us the map again, Evans. We begin to, put them in the map, and then we'll tell you how everything is looking like, which is turning green, which is turning blue, and who's winning election 2024.
Yeah, and listen, you must know this. And the thing is, there's a lot of eyes on us because we are the election headquarters. This will begin to fill up. We are using verified information and results from the Electoral Commission across the country. Across the country. Same results are signed by the agents, confirmed by the Electoral Commission, and in many, or in fact, all the cases declared or announced by the Electoral Commission. Just that it is so decentralized, it comes in very quickly, and we can be able to get this filled up for you. So we're not getting it anywhere else than from the same authoritative source, constitutionally mandated to put it out, the Electoral Commission, but it's very decentralized, and it's very, very quickly. And this is all linked to the back end that will be done. There's a whole army of people down there beneath us doing the job of making sure that this map is filled for us. So trust us, stay with us. This will begin to fill up very quickly. And I see there, we need to go to Collins, who is in Kolote Kole for us. I'll go still to Chiman South. And because of what happened the last time, I'm very curious to know how that may have impacted the results there. But let me go to, let me go to Anasabe now. I'll go to Collins pretty shortly in Kolote. Anas, back to you. 95% of the polling stations down across the country. That then possibly says that it may be the case in Techiman South that the Constituency Coalition Center may now be in play. Is it?
Possibly, Evans. We are heading there before your call got in. Almost all the polling stations I have visited are done with sorting and counting. And that signifies that right from the polling station, they will be heading towards the coalition center, and coalition might be starting quite earlier today. We have, provisional results from so many polling stations, and right after the coalition from the polling, and like we all know, these officers will be heading towards the coalition center. And this time around, the coalition center is going to be a divisional police command, and that tells you that security over there will be much improved, much better than what we saw at the Buntempi Hall in 2020.
Come back to you. Head to the Constituency Coalition Center for me, and let's get a sense of what is going to happen there very quickly. But I want to take you to Sweetie Abochu, my colleague, one of the Ablekuma's constituencies, is joining us, and we're getting a sense of some disturbance there. We'll join him pretty shortly, but I still have with me Winston, obviously, and Collins in short, but Sweetie Abochu is joining us. And Sweetie, what's the situation there? I can see in your shot there is some commotion. What's happening? What am I looking at?
So we are the Clinton Center, Olivet School in the Rikuma West constituency, and the military personnel are saying that only CEOs, media men, and people who have accreditation should enter. But there are some individuals out there who are saying that they know that ESCO who have lost the election, they want to come in at all costs and be sure that the results don't change. So it's a clash. We've been at it for about 15 minutes now. They've attempted to pull down the gate, but I think there are more security persons who come for reinforcement. So what you see right now is how they are maybe holding on to the gate so that those outside cannot come in. They are very vigilant, checking that you only have accreditation before you come in. But there are some people out there who just want to come in at all costs. They don't have any accreditation, and security personnel are doing the best they can to resolve the issue. We've had issues where ballot boxes have been have got because like you can see, this just keeps happening. So there are instances where you have to throw the ballot box from outside to get in because are very bent on not allowing anybody in who does not have accreditation. And so what you're seeing right now is they're constructing the ballot boxes and other materials from the EC into the collation center, which is Mount Olivet School here in Mansuman. That's what we have here, Evan. That's a particular significance, no, but I think they're very focused right now on, you know, seeing whatever is going on right now. They don't want to talk to us. But I'll keep you updated. This is what we have. So yeah, you can see the well, I hope they're not able to bring it in because it's not why you are here. So, I'm looking what I'm seeing.
Okay. Pardon me. And what you see there, obviously, is a tense moment between those with accreditation, those without. And this is, if you've covered elections before and you've been on the ground, you understand what is happening. Once you get into the Constituency Collation Center, you are checked and double-checked. You must have the accreditation to go in. And sometimes this happens because the security guys want to be absolutely sure that, and the EC had said that this time, what they try to do, every Constituency Collation Center will be in an enclosed area. So you must necessarily pass through a certain gate to enter the inner perimeter. And you saw there's a gate there that, so you have a lot of people on the other side of the gate. And if you open it and you're not careful, people will rush in, and that then becomes an issue. So you can see that even when they were bringing the ballot boxes in, they were trying to pass it over the fence into the area, right? Just to manage the situation and manage the security there.
Yeah, but that's the problem. If you don't have accreditation, you don't show up at the Constituency Collation Center. Your party agents would show up there. And at this point in time, Evans, I do not think that anybody, look, the political parties have learned their lessons, okay? And I do not think that anybody can actually, change the will of the people. I am not sure that can be done.
Especially with the experience of Techiman South.
Yes.
The death happened at the collation
center. I agree that, you see, you must be vigilant. But what they're actually doing, if they have to throw ballot boxes, assuming any of the agents is called for a recount in the polling station and called for a second recount, when you call for a recount again for the second time, it is done at the Constituency Collation Center. You can't have a recount twice at the polling station. Just let your agents do the job.
That's what they're there for.
Once your agents are vigilant, nobody can change this.
And Sweetie is back on phone with us as we watch this unfold, where she is with us. And Sweetie, give us a bit of context. This, I presume, is still the Constituency Collation Center where this is happening, in the backyard of the Eslawusu. And the situation is with clearing accreditation for access to this area, correct?
Yes. So if you don't have accreditation, if you're a media person and you don't have the accreditation from the Electoral Commission, you will not be let in. Even if you're a polling agent and you don't have the credentials to show, you will not be let in. And the security personnel are just trying to enforce this. But there are some people who gathered outside and were screaming about 20 minutes ago when we were actually trying to get in that they know that ESLAS has lost the election, and so they want to be sure that whatever we put out from here at the collation center is no different from that. And the security personnel were explaining to them that, well, you have your party agents here, you have media personnel here who will, show the world what's really happening. But they insist that they want to come in, and that's what started the whole thing outside. They've tried to force down the gate, but somehow we had more security personnel appear from nowhere. I think it was reinforcement, and so they're still at it, really. They're trying to push down the gate and come in at all costs. Nobody's hurt yet, but we've had 2 ballot boxes that just got burst because they threw them from outside the gate into the premises of the collation center. So there are some people who are actually stuck outside holding ballot boxes and materials from the Electoral Commission who are unable to get in because of that standoff of a sort that we are seeing at the entrance there right now. Evan.
You say that the ballot boxes were thrown from outside into the collation center and some of them are broken?
That's what happened. 2 ballot boxes. I'm trying to find the one that got burst, and I'll send the photos in as soon as possible. But because they wanted to bring in the ballot boxes at all costs, and then we had that standoff at the entrance there, I think the POs thinking was to save the ballot box at all costs. And right now, I think they're actually going to break through. Evans, let me get you a video of what's happening right now. I think they're actually going to break down the gate. It's getting very chaotic here.
Okay, now we're going to get a visual for you pretty short. We're going to stay on this for a while. And this is worrying that it is the suspicion that their ballot is going to be stolen, which is sort of influencing and inspiring this outcome, that they are possibly going to break down that gate into the Constituency Collation Center just so they do what? I mean, and this is exactly what the EC had been explaining, that calm is what you need. But something I'm happy about, the rapid response of the reinforcement, they came in very quickly and they controlled the area. But it's obvious that they need more hands there.
Yes, they would need more hands. But what we are saying is that at this point in time, if you have a feeling, if you have a sense that your candidate has won, fine. I'm not sure that, I mean, at the coalition center, you have agents there. Okay, you have agents, your party has agents there. And so let the agents do their job. But, let the agents do their job. And for me, that's it. I wouldn't encourage anybody to go there forcefully breaking into the coalition center. What you will do is that you will delay the collation of the results, and the confirmation of the victory that you need is also delayed.
Yeah.
If at this point in time, look, let the parties hold the pink sheets. If they have all the pink sheets, nobody can change that. If the pink sheets have been, you have screenshots of your pink sheet sent to the party's coalition center, bingo, you're gone. I mean, nobody's going to change that, because then you would know and you have evidence to show that this is it.
Okay, and we're still waiting for the visuals from Sweetie, because clearly there's a tense situation happening there. We want to keep an eye on that. Don't go anywhere, because Sweetie is going to join us with those live visuals. The last time we're speaking to, this is a developing story there in Ablekuma West, and that we need to keep a close eye on. The situation there tends to be very tense, even in previous elections. And we're hearing now live that the residents have masked up. The time we're speaking, Sweetie had to go off because we are attempting now to forcibly break through the gate. And the security officers had tried to lock it, to the point where they had thrown some staff ballot boxes. When I say staff ballot boxes, it's not the right term to use. Ballot boxes that had been closed, properly so, and sealed from the polling stations en route to the Constituency Collation Center. That, had now been thrown. Why? Because the people didn't allow them. And this is what we're seeing there. It's in your shot now. You see the security officers now attempting to prevent the mass of people in the Ablekuma West constituency. Look at that. You now have missiles being thrown from outside the gate. Just look at how the officers are struggling, including what I believe to be military officers.
Yes, yes, you have military officers
who are also there trying to close this gate and prevent the huge crowd from breaking into the Constituency Collation Center. EC officers, I believe what is being thrown in now are possibly the tables that they require. Yes. Yeah, because they still need to set up the Constituency Collation Center. But because you have all these individuals, a crowd of irate individuals who are there and not allowing them to come in through the route, they are now having to throw the tables into the Constituency Collation Center. That then will be set up before the sorting is done. Now, this becomes pretty tense. My key question is, are the agents already in the Constituency Collation Center?
Exactly. That's the question.
Because what is happening is preventing duly accredited individuals from going through.
Yeah.
Right? And that then prevents, you see, but that is the impact of what this has now. They believe they are trying to protect the ballot. But in the end, they may actually prevent the duly accredited individual from going in to police the thing on their behalf.
Where I can understand, for instance, where people suspect, because in the past, some people may have had concerns about the electoral process. And we've sat here, we've had conversations about what may have happened in some constituencies in 2020, for instance. So you can understand why people would want to know and would want to ensure that the process is free and fair. But this is it for me. You don't ensure that through violence.
No, you don't.
So allow your agents to do the work. We're here, we have our cameras there, and there are other other observers there. at this point in time, whatever the will of the people is, shall prevail. Nobody's going to change the will of the people in this election. I am sorry, nobody can change the will of the people. And already, I'm sure people may have a fair idea as to how the election is going and how the election may go. So that is not going to change.
Yeah, and that it's a tense situation in the Blakuma West. Tense indeed, because of what we're seeing, the live pictures coming through from there, where we've seen that the community members have gathered in their numbers and they are forcing their way into the Constituency Coalition Center for whatever reason. We don't know, but it's obvious that they want to protect.
Now, they say, according to what Sweetie is reporting, they say that they've heard that Communications Minister Eslo Uso-Kufu has lost their seat and they're trying.
But it's too early. I mean, how do you even determine that?
You can actually see it at this point in time. If she's lost, I mean, you can have a sense because, the Electoral Commission is telling us about 95% are done. And if 95% are done, what it actually means is that the political parties may have the, polling station results, which they can collate or tabulate, and will give you a fair idea as to who's winning in which constituency and who's not winning in which constituency. What we have said is to wait for the Electoral Commission. And it is the process that is currently stalling because people are trying to break into the Constituency Coalition Center.
In the Blakuma West. And by the way, another aspect of this that tend to incite is the party elements who on social media begin to say something is happening, let's get there and let's make sure we protect the ballot. And meanwhile, they know they have agents who have been duly accredited and trained to do that on their behalf, but they then put this out there into the public domain so that they get everybody else there. For what purpose? When the ballot had not been collated, had not been announced, and you have agents who you trust, you've trained and equipped to do that for you. You're not even there to do that, but you see then all these party elements and surrogates on social media inciting and pushing individuals there to go and do this. And this is really what then tends to degenerate and leads to sometimes injuries and unfortunately some circumstances, fatalities.
Exactly. I mean, if you see, you can actually stay behind. Let your party agents do the job. But anyway, I mean, I'd love to hear Professor Kwesi Anin's take on what's currently, happening at the Blakuma
Yeah, I mean, look at that. I mean, the pictures aren't great, but it's getting tense and worse by the minute. And I know the police, they're watching this. They will definitely need to send reinforcement immediately. The first thing that must happen, obviously, is to clear the frontage of this area here, the frontage of the coalition center. Because once you clear it, this pressure goes away immediately. You need extra hands there immediately. And I'll be going to Professor Anin, who is with us right now. He has been studying the dynamics here. He will have a sense of what needs to happen right now before this escalates even further. There is an urgent need to de-escalate immediately, but the officers there need more help. They need help immediately. If you clear that frontage, because even the ballot boxes aren't coming through. I mean, they haven't been set up. They're having to throw tables over the wall into the coalition center. Just so, and you can see, they still have election. Look, there's a ballot box there that is coming in that they will have to now throw over the fence now because the guys are just not allowing them. The crowd, and there are a few of them, which you can see that, right?
I can see that.
You can see several of the boxes being carried, and it needs to get through the gate. But each time they open the gate, the crowd wants to charge in, right? And so they can't do it. Sweetie had already reported that 2 ballot boxes were thrown over the fence and got broken.
Yeah.
That compromises the materials.
What the people should do is actually to make sure that the process itself is not compromised and let them trust their agents to do the job for them. And I'm sure they may have some senior members of their political party who may have accreditation. They can also go there and observe the process to ensure that nothing untoward happens. For now, since they are not accredited, they can trust their party agents, or if you have doubts with the party agents that are in there, get senior members of your party who actually have accreditation. Let them get in and supervise the process. Yeah. That's the only way you want to do that.
There's a security officer that I see trying to de-escalate, trying to get the people to calm down.
Yeah.
I want to go to Benjamin, and he is with Professor Ini. I'm curious to hear Professor Ini's take on how to get this under control very quickly before it escalates further, Benjamin?
Evans, a very concerning situation there in Ablekuma West. And of course, I'm going to relay that question to Professor Enning as well. How do you think we can de-escalate those scenes that you're seeing live on TV in Ablekuma West? For which reason now even the sanctity of the ballot boxes, two of them have been thrown and they got broken. You know what that means?
Well, that's not acceptable. The party senior officials must act very quickly. But this is where we want the rapid response teams from the police service and the army to act, because
and you just said and the army.
Yes, and the army.
This situation.
This is a situation.
Requires the army.
This situation requires the army. The police need the backup to be able to bring control very quickly, and the quicker they do it, the better, because then it sends a signal to other places that it will not be tolerated, that the security forces are ready to act at a moment's notice.
Yeah, Clara, I don't know what your thoughts are on these developments. Yeah. We've not seen anything like this in the course of today.
Yes, it's worrying because we've had largely peaceful elections, so we expect that the various political parties and the contestants will, I'm sure they have their agents, so they should have a way to allow their agents in, and the people, the securities, and then the security, the police, they have to make sure that the people understand that they are not allowed into the coalition center. So yes, something has to be done about that, whilst protecting the rights of people as well.
And then very quickly, because this afternoon there were quite some bellicose statements made by people around the same constituency. And I think it's a constituency that has a track record of having some violent incidents every time there's an election. So this must not be allowed to continue, and it must be resolved very quickly.
Tempers must not flare, cool heads must prevail, and the security officials must get in. And the people must allow the Electoral Commission officials and the security officials to do their work.
Well,
because it appears in wanting to know the outcome, people are too zealous, overzealous.
Overzealousness does not help. And therein lies people trying to either control the situation, intimidate the officials. And I think when situations are tense, and Ablekuma is a hot spot and a tense spot, but there have been some incidents throughout the day. So it's important that the authorities bring this under control as quickly as possible. But for me, it serves as a deterrent to other people also. Because, in these tense situations, immediately one situation gets out of hand, then it sends a signal, or people misconstrue it to mean that they can also act in a similar manner. That is something that we cannot accept and we should not accept.
And the people should understand that there's nothing to gain in the chaos. So it is not in a chaotic situation. There's nothing to gain for them or for their political parties. If what they want to see is that the right thing is being done, the right thing cannot be done in chaos. So the people need to understand that they have to allow the right people to do their work, and they should keep a safe distance.
Let's look at the number of polling stations that are done, and now the ballots being sent for collation. 95% of them, according to the EC. What this means is that we could have a very early night. We could take an early shower in terms of knowing the outcome. Maybe very quickly the presidential, but also the parliamentary as time goes on. I don't know how excited we'd all be. For us, we'd get to, like I said, take an early shower and enjoy ourselves along the way.
Well, I think for Clara and I, it gives us an opportunity to start thinking about the new paper and assessing the various variables that might have contributed to this early result. More polling stations, low turnout, the use of technology, and more people probably helping to count or something. But whatever the cases, an early definitive result is useful for everyone. it reduces tensions.
Exactly.
And hopefully, if 95% have been counted and are with the EC, then it means there's clarity about those results. And once more, that will be a very positive feather in the cup of Ghana, but certainly the political parties and the EC.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay, so the gates have been opened now from the scenes we are seeing, and the ballot boxes, from what I hear, are being conveyed. And just to clarify that bit from the EC, what it said, about 95% of polling centers have closed voting. That is as of 5 p.m. and moving, and now the process will follow for sorting and other things to be done, and then the collation as well to be done. But heading back to Ablekuma West, that is the situation there. You're seeing live scenes from Ablekuma West. The prayer is that the crowd would allow the processes that must be undertaken to be undertaken, and you see the ballot boxes being conveyed there. Once that is done, then the logical processes will follow, counting among others. But these scenes, I mean, you can tell that these people just want to ensure the sanctity of their vote, that what their will is will be reflected. But at the same time, you can't take the law into your own hands.
And that is not the way to ensure your will is done. Which they
Actually, our will is done best when we follow the law and we follow the rules. We need to trust that those who have been, given the authority to ensure that things are done properly do so. I mean, there are enough checks and balances, and I think throughout the process, when there have been problems, people have raised it, there's been discussions, they've been resolved. So this is a very unfortunate scene, really awful.
Well, you're still live. This is your election headquarters, and of course I'm here together with Professor Kwesi Enning and Clara Bieri Kasati, and we are in the Joy News studios, or better still, Studio 997, and Winston Amwa and Evans Mensah are in the Joy News studio. So looking at these dynamics, at least those we've seen so far, I mentioned the Subin result, which was very surprising. I hear one of the agents there was actually surprised at those numbers that were coming out. But that is too early to use for any statistic, because you know how many constituencies there are in the Ashanti region and how crucial they are to both the parties. We were also having a discussion here earlier about the fact that, listen, if you look at the quantum of votes in the Ashanti region, only second to the Greater Accra region, and even the 25 or close to 30% that the National Democratic Congress gets is actually much more than what it gets in its stronghold of the Volta region. So any low turnout there, what could the dynamics be? And if the NDC is clawing on to more votes and Alan and others are getting votes there, what could it mean? Also, don't forget, the reverse is that in the Volta region, the MPP has also targeted that region very hard, the Ketu area and all of that. So if the NDC slips, what could be the outcome? We've seen the turnout in Ho, and it's not exactly been the best. I would like to take your quick thoughts on the strongholds, these two areas. I know there's Eastern, Western, there's the Northern Belt, but I want to focus on Ashanti and Volta. I'll start with you, Clara.
Because of the numbers in Ashanti, it's difficult to tell who would benefit if there is low turnout and who would lose, because like
one thing we are certain of is that the MPP will win the Ashanti region.
Exactly.
But by what margin?
Exactly. By what margin is very important, and the numbers do count as well. So it's early days yet. We'll probably just have to wait a little bit, and then we see the trend. In terms of the
We're
numbers.
playing the waiting game, huh?
Yes.
Well, the waiting game, but I think also that the identity and the support base, the hardcore support base of both parties are changing. Several years ago, if you said the NDC, came out of the PNDC, so you could almost guess those who would support the NDC. And if you said that about the NPP, you could guess those who would also support the MPP. But I think in the last 10, 12 years, there's been a shift in the identities of those who support both parties. And I think it is those shifts, and I don't know how much the parties themselves in their research departments have taken cognizance of this as impacting on the numbers. And I think it is those shifts that will play a key role here, particularly when the turnout is very low. Because Clara will remember the good old days when the Workers' Defense Committee and the People's Defense Committee invaded our campus rooms and tore everything asunder. There was a particular class of people who thought they were revolutionary, blah, 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 blah. But these revolutionaries have become upper middle class, business class owners, entrepreneurs, and may not necessarily be voting NDC again. We've seen new kids on the block getting into the MPP and almost pushing out those who were driven by a certain ideology and philosophy. I mean, I remember when President Kufuor spoke about a property-owning class when he won...
Property-owning democracy.
Property-owning democracy when he won power. And I think that has shifted. So both parties must take cognizance of these shifts. And with 1.5 million new voters this time round, the low turnout is going to have major impact on both parties. And I think the number crunchers must be doing, they will have a long night tonight.
We also have Razak Misbah. I'm handing over to Razak Misbah, who is in Ablekuma Central, because we hear there are some skirmishes in that area as well. Razak, what exactly is happening in Ablekuma Central?
So we're here at the collation center, and what you have seen in your screens is the main gate to the collation center. And just behind it, we're seeing many party faithfuls of both sides, MPP and NDC, standing behind it. And essentially, what they are trying to do, from what I gather, is to prevent anybody who is not accredited to be in here. Also, there are some of them who want to have at least a sense of what is happening at the collation center, so are trying to get inside. Now, you can see quite a number of the police officers also standing behind the gate and ensuring that the only people who gain entry to the collation center are those with the accreditation. And you can also see that quite a number of the polling centers are yet to arrive with their electoral materials. So you can just see one of them coming in now. There are about 302 polling centers here at Ablekuma Central, and we're just talking about maybe about 100 of them that have arrived now at the collation center. And it does appear that the police have been able to calm the tempest outside to allow the smooth entry.
We appear to be having some challenges with the connection to Razak Misbah, but we'll try to reconnect. At least you can see the scenes from there. The security officials trying to stabilize the situation, trying to restore calm and ensure that they control the crowd and that the ballot boxes make it safely over so that then collation or counting can begin. So those are the scenes. It's interesting because in the Ablekuma area, we've had Ablekuma West as Usu Ekufu's constituency, and now there's Ablekuma Central in the fray with similar issues. Razak Misbah there. But I'll just come if there are any reactions before I go to Evans Mensah in the Joy News studio, Prof. So here we have another incident, a la Ablekuma West.
Well, I think, as we discussed earlier on, it's the speed with which the rapid response group appear on these scenes and ensure that they are able to settle them. The party officials may be there, but excitement, tension, suspicion may run roughshod over the authority of party officials. We need law enforcement people to ensure that the proper things are done and the sanctity of the ballot is assured.
All right. Clara?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
All right. I'm going to hand over back to Evans Mensah and Winston Amwa, who are in the Joy News studio. Evans, interesting dynamics. We thought it was it when we heard of what was happening in Ablekuma West. Some resolution being brought to that. And then we get to see that in the same Ablekuma area, Ablekuma Central is also facing a similar situation. I don't know what you make of it, but then it sort of mars the process today in a way, doesn't it?
It does, and you're hoping it doesn't become a thing. And Prof was right, Professor Haney was right when he says you deal with this decisively now so it doesn't have the contagion effect. And especially now you're seeing that in Ablekuma West is also doing the same thing. And the close proximity, is that a coincidence or is something that has been deliberately infused into a particular segment of the supporters there to say, look, watch it, immediately moving to the collation centers, follow it, and make sure that you get in there to put pressure on the EC to do the right thing. And that is why Prof was right when he says you need to deal with this decisively to prevent that contagion effect. And we're going to now begin to watch what is happening across the country in collation centers as they move the ballot boxes to these areas to see if this then becomes something that the security agencies will have to deal with it more and more. But that is clearly a worrying situation. And because it's happening in both Ablekuma West, and now we are talking about Ablekuma Central.
And like I keep saying, look, at this point in time, the laws are very clear. You can actually go to the polling station post the close of polls, and we're told that about 95% of polls, have closed. At the time that the Electoral Commission was having that press conference, so maybe 5% of them didn't close at 5 p.m. So we're told 90% closed around 5 p.m. thereabout. But this is the point. When it comes to the constituency coalition centers, you need accreditation to be there. Allow your party agents to do the job.
Yep.
If you don't trust your party agents, you have other persons who have accreditation, leading members of your party. Get them there to monitor the process. So that's it for me. If you don't trust the party agents, recall them. Get other people to go in there and monitor the process.
Yep.
It's as simple as that. Other people who have been accredited by the Electoral Commission to be there. That's the most important thing. And then, just wait, observe the coalition processes, and then at the end of it all, the EC would declare who wins in that constituency.
Listen, it's early days yet. You see that in your show. There's a lot of arguments still there in the Ablekuma Central constituency where it has sort of replicated what we saw in the Ablekuma West, right? This is Ablekuma Central you see in your shot, where Ablekuma West, where they actually attempted to break through into the Constituency Coalition Center. There's some negotiations still happening there to try and resolve this very quickly. The thing is, it only delays the eventual outcome.
It does.
Because the Constituency Coalition Center must collate before they can declare.
Yeah.
And you must allow that process to happen. And the coalition centers are getting into play very quickly across the country. So we'll be getting a sense of what is happening. Already we are beginning to see that in some constituency coalition centers, it's very possible that sorting is underway now. Sorting is underway, which we are not far off from the very first few results coming through, possibly around 10 o'clock in terms of the parliamentary and possibly the presidential too.
Exactly. I've been checking with some of the constituencies. I'm told that currently you have some reporting 20 to 30% at the coalition center. They're waiting for the remainder, and once they get into the coalition center, the results will be declared. And then, that the presidential results will be declared at the coalition center, including the parliamentary results. But at the parliamentary, but when it comes to the parliamentary results, a winner will be declared at the coalition center, while the presidential results are moved to the regional coalition center, which would also move forward the results to the national coalition center for the chairperson of the Electoral Commission to declare whoever gets to win the presidential election. But at this time, the results are coming, and like you indicate, I'm sure by 10, latest 11, you begin to have the first constituencies reporting who the winners are in those constituencies.
And we'll be going across the country again, because this is not something that we are watching only in Greater Accra. We are watching how the movement of the ballot boxes from the collation center to the constituency collation, from the polling centers to the constituency collation centers happening in many parts of the country. And my colleagues, boots on the ground, will be joining us with a bit more of the report from many of the areas that we know so far for you. And Hanodame is in Ayawaso Central and is joining us right now. And this is the constituency that is hosting us, all of us here at Winston. And let's get a sense of what the story is here, Hannah. Hannah, what can you report? This is our constituency because it hosts multimedia buildings here, and all of us come to work here. So driving around, it seemed very normal. And this is also the constituency of the Interior Minister.
Exactly, of the
right?
Interior Minister.
Interior Minister. What's the story here? Hello, Anna.
Absolutely chaotic here. Hello, everyone.
Yes, I can
hear.
hear
Me.
Loud and clear.
It's absolutely yes, very chaotic here. Very, very chaotic here. Party agents are fighting the police, as you can see my shot right now. When they bring the materials, the police do not want to allow them into the center. Oh, this gentleman is finding his way into the collision center with some of his friends. You know, it is only those with accredited agents that are being allowed in some way, somehow. Some of them get into the collision center, and the police will still not allow them inside the main area where they have to go and drop their materials. They say they are being vigilant. Lots and lots of them are holding torchlights, even though the place is very well lit. And there is so much noise. Earlier, I sent a video about some of how the agents are outside the collision center trying their best to enter. This is a gentleman saying that, just listen to him, just listen to him. He's saying that someone who is not an agent has been allowed in. Look at this gentleman. He just forced his way through the police. And a lot more of them are here. They are all saying they want to enter because they believe that the figures will be changed. That is their claim, Evans. They believe the figures will be changed once it gets inside. So they are holding their torchlight. They want to be part. They want to sleep by the ballot boxes. Even though they have a center to it, even though they have signed, they still want to be part of those who will be policing the ballots. And so, yes, see how they're coming, so chaotic, so chaotic. And this is even just the tip of the iceberg. When I get outside, you can see that it's more chaotic there. The police are having a tough time. Occasionally, the commander here will just use the amplifier to tell everybody to keep quiet and calm down. But it is not a calm down situation here. Very, very chaotic. And at one point in time, some of the other police state officers were asking for a backup. Look at that. Look at that. Lots of people just coming in. And these three police officers are not having it easy at all here at the Yawaso Central Collision Center, Ivan.
Hannah, is this place in an enclosed area with a clear access point where you need to be allowed in, a gate will be open for you to access?
Yes, I am going close to where this is ATTC, the Accra Technical Training Center. That is where the collision center is. We had 193 polling centers. We had over 83,000 voters. This is the gate. This is where I was talking about. See how the police are doing their best to scrutinize every vehicle that comes in. No vehicle is allowed to come in except it is for those who are bringing in the materials. Yet, they are not having it easy at all. Everybody is claiming to be a party agent or an electoral officer. And so they open the gates, they close it. When they get in, before they get to realize probably they were not who they said they was. And so this is it. Like the question you asked, it is very enclosed. You can come in only when the gate is open. Yet, a lot more people have been able to enter through whichever means. Sometimes when the gate opens like this is even fine. But earlier, when the gate opens like this, a lot of them outside just rush in. Let me just try and go outside for you to see the number of people outside. Look at that. Look at how they are policing the vehicle. And then the police will just stop them. Look outside. Look at that. Look at that. Look at how they're coming. Look at them. The police will just...
Yeah, and Hanada is bringing us those live feeds from this is the Ayawaso Central. This is the ATTC Constituency Coalition Center. That's what is your shot there. This is the main entrance to the ATTC, and the vehicles that are being allowed access into that inner perimeter are vehicles that we believe are carrying the election materials for the election EC officers to begin collating the polls there. But what is happening there is just like we've seen in Ablekuma West and Ablekuma Central, is that you have ordinary citizens who are there in their numbers who also want access to the inner perimeter. The EC had been very, very clear this year that they would position the constituency coalition centers in enclosed areas to prevent huge numbers getting in there. And this is based on the experience of 2020, where you had so many people, it became so chaotic, it affected the ability to actually collate.
Look, contrary to what others may say, I don't want to see the military involved at all in this election. And that's why this worries me. So, yes, it may be necessary to get police enforcement, reinforcement, get more policemen to actually bring the situation under control. At no point in time should we involve the military at all. So that's, I mean, but you know, if we continue like this, if people continue like this, continue to say we're being vigilant, you're vigilant at the polling station. The results have been declared at the polling stations. And beg your pardon, at this point, the political parties may have the polling station results, which they may be calculating, collating, or tabulating. So let's allow the Electoral Commission to do its job. And we've said this over and over and over again. I do not think at this point in time that this is what we need. What you actually do is that you delay the announcement. Because once the coalition hasn't started, the announcement cannot be made. So, and this is the point. Once you are delaying the coalition, and other people, and there's a lot of people at the back also not done with the accounting and everything, that's when you become, more suspicious. So allow the coalition to take place. Your party selected agents that they trust can do the job. Why not? Allow them to do the job.
And that's an important point. And we'll keep watching this live feed coming in from the various places as the security agents there trying to control the crowd. And you see Ablekuma Central on your screens. There seems to be some order now because I can see the ballot boxes now being carried through in an orderly fashion. Before, this was very, very chaotic. I want to take you to the K2 South right now, where my colleague Ivy Setoji is standing by for us with an update from there. I hope it's not as chaotic as we've seen in the constituencies we've been in the Greater Accra. Ivy, yes, we hear reports of some disturbance, at least in 3 polling constituency coalition centers we've been in Greater Accra. That situation isn't the same where you are, is it? Ivy Setoji, if you could hear me.
Hello.
Checking with you if the situation where you are is calmer.
Yes, so if you can hear me, I am currently at the South. As you can see at the background, we have a long fingers of officials and also all meetings trying to submit their form. At the outside,
Okay, unfortunately, we're having challenges there in K2 South. We'll reconnect with Ivy Setoji so we can see what she's talking about because she's pointing out to something. We'll do that. But I want to connect to another part of the country. I believe we can go to Garu, can we not? Where we have one of our correspondents joining us in Garu, who we can get a bit of an update there. We'll check that. Once we get that, we'll bring that to you. But this is the contagion effect that you really want to stop. Ivy is back. Let's get Ivy to give us a sense of what is happening there. Ivy, you were reporting in K2 South. You want us to see something. Do you have visuals to accompany this? What's the situation there?
And my back, we have trying to establish their cost, expecting that chaotic here because everyone would like to submit their forms and step back early. And also at the outside, you can see outside by the building, there are also residents, party agents, also around the security officers are also around trying to see if they can maintain peace and order. So everything that is what is happening at the Convention Center, at the County Staff Municipal Assembly. We are just waiting for the official order from across the constituency to bring in their forms and submit, and then they can continue with the convention. But right now, it's getting a little heated, a little chaotic, as a lot of people, and also the officials trying to submit their list, but each is trying to submit first so they can go home and do that. Whilst the residents and party agents are also trying their best to enter the hall and currently.
Well, her Zoom isn't great, but I think it's the same story at the Constituency Coalition Center there. It is. I mean, I want to put this in the bigger context of 2020. One of the challenges that 2020 posed was the Constituency Coalition Center challenge. A lot of the chaos we saw happened at the Constituency Coalition Centers, and that triggered some changes in terms of the architecture, where you position it, and how you organize the place. It's the reason why the Electoral Commission wanted to restrict access there, media access there. And both parties know that, yes, they say the elections are won and lost at the polling stations. Yeah. But in 2020, it appeared that a lot happened at the coalition centers that the parties have become very, very sensitive about.
The NDC believes that, beg your pardon, that in 2020, a lot happened at the coalition center. It is the belief of the NDC that in 2020, for instance, they won some 145 parliamentary seats. However, due to the happenings at the coalition center, they lost 8 of those seats. And it's the reason you can see what's happening now. And so with that in mind, the conversation now is that go to the coalition center, make sure that nobody changes anything. But again, I say, get your agents to the coalition center, make sure you have the right agents, and let them do the job for you.
Yeah, and by the way, we are talking about this phenomenon that we are beginning to see with the constituency coalition centers and the chaos that we're beginning to see. We've seen at least now 3 in Greater Accra, 1 in the Volta region. We're going to get a sense of what is happening across the country. But it has all started with what we saw in the Ablekuma West constituency, where Eslo Wusu is the current Member of Parliament. And the view there from those who were forcing their way to the coalition center was that they believed she had lost. Listen, it's too early. It's too early to tell that because the Constituency Coalition Center itself had not even begun work. They were now trying to set the place up. But clearly, if you look at what we see here on the trend map for us, the votes have been dropping percentage-wise over time. If you move from there, this is a drop. This there is a drop. Well, because you have 54. It used to be 57. It's been 58.
Exactly.
Right? So it's consistently been dropping to the point where in 2020 was the lowest yet in terms of the percentage win.
So if it's been dropping, and if, say, in 2012, when she won the first time, she had 58%, 58.2.
Let's show that, because that shows that.
So let's get to 2012. Let's just look at those, figures. So we can bring, you can also see it, and then all of us would look at it, for instance. So let me just push this here a little bit. And so this is the figure, in 2012, she won with a margin of some 10,800. 10,800 margin. And that's how, Eslo Owusu performed in that constituency. Let's go to 2016. So from 10,800, let's go to 2016 and find out the performance of Eslo Owusu in that constituency. So in 2016, she actually wins it with a margin of 14,000. She does very well. Very, very well. Let's go to 2020.
While she was doing well, the NDC candidate also
was dropping.
Yeah.
Now, I mean, this NDC candidate performed poorly compared to Victoria Hammer. There was a third candidate that got some of the votes. But then,
in 2020,
from a margin of 14,000, it reduces to less than 7,000. This is about some 6,700 votes.
And elections, you're as good as your last performance.
That gives you an indication. When it happens like this, you then can say, if I put in a good performance, I can flip this. Because then you would see that she is on some, downward trajectory. But this is the point also. I've already indicated that where you stay in Parliament for some time, and I've talked about this over and over again, that I had the current CEO of Cocoa Board, Joseph Boahinedu, after he had lost the Amenfi East constituency, telling me that he believes that after the third term, you don't show up again in Parliament, because he lost after his third term when he was seeking a fourth term. And so everything is possible in any election, okay, particularly in an election in an urban area, predominantly urban, where they feel the brunt of the economy. When that happens, you normally would want to punish, say, the parliamentary candidate.
And you've mentioned the economy, so let's pull up our poverty heat map. That will give us a sense of what is happening at Blekuma West. But again, let's put this in context and let's clarify this. Nothing has been decided yet tonight.
There's no
absolutely
no declaration.
This is simply just on the back of the confusion we've seen at the Coalition Centre.
And let's make it clear, we announce results as declared, signed by the Electoral Commission and the party agents. It is only at that point that we also announce the results. So we're waiting for the collation of those results, and then we'll bring them to you.
What we're showing you are the pure facts in terms of the incremental performance or otherwise in that particular area and who has the momentum. Going into this election, she hasn't gotten a momentum.
No.
Because she significantly dropped votes from 2016 to 2020.
Exactly, and she actually has, unlike the first two elections where you had two different persons, you have the same person showing up again for the NDC, the Reverend Kweku Addo. Now he, for the second time, goes toe-to-toe, head-to-head with Eslo Usokufu.
And you've showed us the margins in 2016. And then you have Mr. Addo, who's close enough to 7,000. 7,000, considering her previous performance.
14,000.
Yes.
So closest by some 50%.
That is huge.
Very huge.
And that is why it's beginning to sound a bit shaky there. But nothing decided yet. But we're saying if you are here going into the elections, you are going to be fighting tooth and nail to try and hold on to what you have if you can increase. Hold on to what you have. Even if you're going to lose, you still must ensure that you cross the line somewhat. After all, it's just 50% plus one. You just need one extra vote to cross the line. We've seen in Savelugu, for example, where the winning margin at the parliamentary level was 99 votes. And sometimes that's all
in fact, I've actually seen in Tema East in 2012, for instance, where the winning margin was 3.
Yeah.
And I've seen in Accra, for instance,
it's absolutely possible.
Where the winning margin, I think, in 2000 was 9 or so. So these are things that happen.
And by the way, you mentioned the potential factors, the factors that could be affecting her performance there. One of the key ones that we always look at, and it's very important to people, all the research shows that it's important, employment, poverty, etc. And so if you pull up the 2015 Statistical Service poverty heat map for Blekuma West, is it? Right? Which is what you have here. That's Blekuma West there. Winston, talk to us.
Yeah, so here you can see the incidence of 15.18% and the severity is 1.84%. But you see, if you look at the color, it's not dark.
It's not dark. It's very, very light.
It's very, very light.
Light
It tells you that there's not an area that is poor or an area with huge poverty numbers. But then let's get to 2021.
Keep an eye on this and keep an eye on the lighter shade. The lighter it is, the less poverty. The deeper it is, the more poverty you have there. Has anything changed there in 2021 when the Statistical Service put that data for us in this particular area that may give us an indication how people may be voting there this time around that may affect one candidate or the other? Let's see that. Then you come here and you instantly see that it's darker. It's darker.
Yeah.
Right? And that's where you have it here. And it's very obvious at first glance to say, oh, goodness, something has happened here that may affect somebody.
And the severity moves to 43.
43 is quite huge a jump from what it used to be. And people will be looking at that to decide who they are voting for. And you've made a point. When the economic conditions tend to be bad, the person they see, the person they hold accountable, the person they hold responsible, unfortunately, in our part of the world, is the man and woman they see every day.
Of course.
The parliamentary candidate or the MP.
Yes, and you see, that's because you are their representative. And while they would punish the presidential candidate, they would vote against the presidential candidate, but a lot more people would hold you responsible. They would want another representative in Parliament. And that's what we see in a lot of the areas. And we've had this conversation before where persons had indicated that because they were unhappy with Akufo-Addo post-2017, in 2020, they were not going to vote for as member of Parliament. So they were going to vote for him, but they would actually make sure he doesn't get majority in Parliament to govern.
And you make a very important point. And you see this, and by the way, we're talking about Greater Accra. In Greater Accra, as we know, Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo performed better than his parliamentary candidates. But here's the thing. Greater Accra became poorer. When the people wanted to punish somebody, who did they punish?
Members of Parliament.
Let me show you that with our poverty heat map. And I think Greater Accra offers the best example yet of that correlation between how people feel in their pockets and the poverty situation and how they vote. But also that distinction when people get into the boots into who to punish more, either the presidential candidate or his parliamentary candidates. Because when you look at the story here of Greater Accra, and I'm going to quickly reset the Greater Accra map for us to pay attention to, and I'm still going to isolate one of the constituencies. This is a Greater Accra map, and let me first start in 2015. And this is a Greater Accra map, very lighter across the board. And I've done this over and over since yesterday, but this illustrates the point. And I want to isolate for you. Just look at how light it is across the board, all through here. Very light. And remember what we always say as we analyze this. The lighter the shade, the lower the poverty. The deeper it is, the higher the poverty. This area is the only area you see poverty concern there at the time in 2015. Now, watch the same map here and what it tells you in 2021, the year after the elections, right? The last elections. Watch this map here. The map eventually gives us this.
That's dark.
That tells you how poorer people have become from 2015 to 2021.
Yeah.
So you need to ask yourself, how did this impact on the outcome of the vote in 2020? And again, look at Greater Accra, right? And I'm going to pull up, first of all, the presidential results for us to see. First of all, the NDC wins Greater Accra presidential.
Yeah.
So the citizens, watching their pocket and their economic circumstance, they punish the presidential candidate. I want to go to one of the constituencies coming in, and this is Adenta, where my colleague Kweku Asante is joining us. There's some misunderstanding there. I'll come back and wrap up on this Greater Accra analysis for you in terms of some of the key indicators you're looking at. But Kweku, what are we seeing there? What's happening there? Why do we see so much argument and throwing of hands in that area? Happening there in Adenta. Because of what we are seeing there, this appears to be some heated exchanges there. It hasn't turned violent yet. People are very, very, I guess, excited maybe about what is about to be. You know, yeah, which is fine. I mean, the security officer is fine. He's on his phone. One is walking past. This is normal. And I want to check if this is another constituency collation center. It looks like. And so that we can sort of begin to understand what is causing this tension there. But, of course, it's a military officer we see there, correct? I mean, we've said that we don't need a military involved at any stage yet. This doesn't look like a situation that calls for them, but one man is already there. Two, obviously, armed. I believe I can see him armed. You see that, Winston? Yeah? Not now. Not now.
Process. Get a police there to maintain law and order.
Do I see the NDC about to address a press conference there on your screens there? This is live for you, and I see Sami Jemfi. And listen, keep with us, because we're going to go through that for you. Everything is covered. You won't miss a thing. We're keeping an eye on Adenta, but I want to take you to the NDC headquarters where Sami Jemfi is about to address a news conference. Okay, once that starts, I'll take you there. We're awaiting a news conference from there pretty shortly for you from the NDC headquarters. We're also watching Adenta unfold, and I'll get my colleague, Kweku Asante, to give us a sense of what is happening. He's there for us. His cameras are picking this up as it unfolds. You don't want to miss a thing. And this is just the build-up into the first results coming in. And normally, it's like that.
It is.
Because you've gone to vote. You woke up in the morning, you took a step to go and cast your ballot. People feel obliged to protect the ballot somewhat, and sometimes it gets a bit out of hand. But this doesn't seem like something that can be handled. The officers themselves seem to be okay with what is happening there in Adenta. And Adenta, by the way, is still in the Greater Accra region. So let's...
It is, I mean, one of the...
Story we're talking about.
Constituency. Yes, but you go ahead.
So yes, I mean, presidential... as you see there, John Dramani Mahama, and by the way, this is just isolating one area.
One constituency.
But John Dramani Mahama wins the Greater Accra region.
Yeah, he won it.
But he won it more significantly. This is the 34 constituencies in Greater Accra, right? And John Dramani Mahama wins, quite handsomely here. Kweku is on. Kweku can give us a sense of what is happening at Adenta. Kweku, why there was so argument? Why so much argument and tension as we see there in your shot earlier? What was happening there? Hello, Kweku. Okay, we may have lost Kweku. Let's go to the NDC headquarters now. Sami Jemfi is addressing the press.
This particular message is a very short one and is meant for all Ghanaians, especially supporters and sympathizers of the National Democratic Congress across the 276 constituencies of Ghana. Fellow comrades, this is the moment we've all been waiting for. Today is decision day. But the decision doesn't end with voting at polling stations, the sorting of ballot papers, the counting of the ballot papers, and the declaration of results at polling stations. The election is a process. What has transpired so far is just one element of that process. After the counting and declaration of results at polling stations, polling agents and supporters of the party are supposed to accompany the EC officials together with the electoral materials, especially the ballot box, to various constituency coalition offices of the EC, or coalition centers of the Electoral Commission. In all 276 constituencies, there are designated places as constituency coalition centers. That is the stage we have got into at the moment. This is where every Ghanaian, especially NDC supporters and sympathizers, must join our polling agents and observers and security teams to accompany EC officials with various ballot boxes and electoral materials to various EC constituency coalition centers. And so if you are listening to this address, on behalf of our leader and father, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, on behalf of the incoming President of the Republic of Ghana, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, make your way to your constituency coalition center. If you were at the polling station at the time of declaration, I'm sure you are by now following the ballot box and other electoral materials to the EC coalition center in your constituency, the constituency coalition center. If you were not at the polling station and you're hearing this message wherever you are in your constituency, this is the time for you to play your role. You have voted. Your votes have been counted, and declared at the polling station. Now you have the responsibility to protect those votes. And so this new stage of constituency coalition is of utmost importance to all of us. And our leader would want all of us to stop the jubilation until results are duly collated, declared at the constituency coalition centers, the resource forms at the constituency coalition centers duly filled and signed by the various party coalition agents, and our agent is giving his or her copy. You don't jubilate. You only jubilate after the results have been declared, agents have signed, or better still, our agent has had the official certified copy of the results so declared by the Electoral Commission at the Constituency Coalition Center. This is the reason for this press conference. And please, when the results is duly declared and we take a copy of the results form as required by law, ensure that the results as declared is posted at the Constituency Coalition Center. You take your phones, you take pictures of that as evidence. It is very important that we all do that. We also want to put all our agents, our executives, from the branch level to the ward level to the constituency level to the regional level and the national level on high alert. The NPP is desperate, and when you're dealing with a group of people who are vicious and desperate at the same time, you need to be careful. You need to remain vigilant until the last vote is counted and the results is finally declared by the returning officer for the presidential election at the national level. We have picked intel that the NPP has now activated their rigging machinery to its full potential. In the next couple of minutes, and in fact they have already started, they will be engaging, or they will be trying to snatch ballot boxes and swap ballot boxes. They will be trying to swap pink sheets. They will be trying to use their thugs to manipulate the outcome of the election results. Don't forget what happened at Echiman South in 2020. Don't forget. And so let's all remain vigilant. This is not the time for celebration. We all know the outcome, and the time for celebrating that outcome will soon come. But for now, we need to work. We need to be vigilant. And so if you're listening to me now, please go to your constituency coalition center now. And all our party supporters, those who are in the position to defend and protect our agents and officials, please move to the constituency coalition centers now. Let's ensure that the process will be peaceful and the will of the people as expressed at the polls in all the over 40,000 polling stations is what will count and stand at the end of the day. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Now I'll do a brief summary in the Twi language. Abusuafo ayeshia yada mu nyina mase. The ntia yene mo yenuanom central for ADC.
And that there is Sami Jemfi, the NDC National Communications Officer, at the press briefing at the NDC headquarters. And now we have clarity on why we saw what we saw in Ablekuma Central, Ablekuma West, K2 South, and we also saw it, I believe, in Ododio, but at 3 places in Greater Accra.
So that's Ayaso Central.
And Ayaso Central, where the teaming supporters of a political party, at the time we didn't know, masked up at the coalition center, and they were demanding access to the Constituency Coalition Center. The NDC just announced right now, asking all their supporters across the country to accompany their agents and the EC and the police with the ballot boxes at the Constituency Coalition Center. That is something that we're going to be getting some reaction to with our panelists, a panel of experts in Studio 997. I want to take you to Adenta, and because I'm getting some scenes from there that I need to get to you. Kweku Asante will bring that to us pretty shortly. We'll go to Adenta shortly. But Winston, give me your thoughts on what we just said from
Well, I mean, I've made the point very clear, and I've made it clearly, and I've indicated that at this point in time, if you don't have accreditation, you can't get to a constituency collation center. That's something all of us know. And so it is the reason the political parties were asked to present agents. So these are the trusted persons from the political party. So what you do is to allow the agents to do the job. When people mass up at constituency collation centers, and you hear Sami James saying the NDC should not celebrate until the declaration of the results. Now, what those people are doing is preventing the declaration of the results, because they cannot get into the collation center to collate the results. So let the people do the job. You have had people at the constituency, at the polling station, and at the polling station, they are allowed to be there, to witness the counting.
Yeah.
At the collation center, they say, without accreditation, you cannot have access.
We say I want to go to Kweku now. Kweku is standing by. Kweku, I can see in your background some activity there. Look like jubilation. Earlier, we saw a heated exchange between a few folks there. Give us a sense of what is happening at Adenta.
It's a big scene here right in front of the Presby Church here in Adenta, where a number of NDC supporters have already massed up, jubilating. They say that this is an election they have won, that Adamu Ramadan has won, John Dramani Mahama has won also. Although the results are yet to be fully collated, they have been here in their numbers jubilating. Most of them do not have accreditation that will allow them to have access to this collation center, but they say, despite that, they are not going to let this pass them. So let me speak to some of you. Gentlemen, let me talk to some of you. Calm down. Why are you people here? Have you won the election?
Okay, so this election, we know and we believe that John Dramani Mahama has won the elections down, and we are not going second round. NDC has won, and in Adenta constituency, Honorable Adamu Ramadan, he has won the election. And for the first time in the history of Adenta constituency, we have broken the one-term syndrome in Adenta constituency. Honorable Adamu Ramadan, he has broken the one-term syndrome, and he has maintained the seat for NDC. So all what we are saying that
So a lot of jubilant people here who say that they have won the election, although this election is yet to be formally called in the collation center. Polling agents and other persons are now coming in with the results from all the polling stations. Evans, what I can report is that when it comes to the specifics of the small polling stations from across Adenta constituency that have been coming in so far, it's looking quite favorable for both John Dramani Mahama and Adamu Ramadan, who have all come in here and are excited about the situation. Let me speak to more supporters. And so, you people are excited, you are all here. Won't you wait for the results to be collated and everything before you can celebrate?
We already know we are the winners, so why should we be in a hurry? Like we have to be in a hurry, you understand?
How do you know you are the winners? How do you know you are the winners?
We know because we are already the winners. We already know. We have women ourselves. You understand?
Evans, that is the story here. They are not waiting for the Electoral Commission in the Adenta constituency to declare them as winners. They say that they've been compiling their own results, and what the results, the trend show them is that Adamu Ramadan is retaining the seat for the NDC, and John Dramani Mahama is doing the same. Just 100 meters away from here, the collation center is bustling with activities as polling centers across the Adenta are now coming in with their results to try and and start compiling the results. And the indication we are getting is that somewhere, somehow, by 10 p.m. or 11 p.m., we will get an indication who has won and who has lost. Just gone by, I spoke with a member of parliament, Adamu Ramadan, who was telling me that he expects to know the full complement of the results by 10 p.m. and he expects to know that he would have retained the seat. But that is not something we can confirm independently with now. But the supporters who are in their numbers right around this coalition center, Evans, they say that they have won this, they are not leaving up until the full result is declared here in Adentan, as they seek to make the record as the first political party in terms of being able to get a member of parliament to actually go 2 constituencies at a time. So, Evans, that is the situation at the Victory Presbyterian Church at Adentan, where ND supporters are already in a jubilant mode. They say they have won this.
And by the way, we need to make the point that it is too early. In fact, Sami Jemfi himself made the point it's too early to jubilate.
Well,
and it is too early to jubilate. Nothing has been collated yet at the Constituency Center. Nothing has been declared. Nothing has been announced. The party says, wait, don't jubilate. And that we need to put it in context. You see these things, people believe somebody's won. We are nowhere near knowing that yet. Well, anywhere across the country.
Kwekwe makes the point that the member of parliament says he expects, the results by 10 p.m. Well, you cannot stop party supporters from jubilating. Our responsibility is to report what is happening, and we're reporting it. I mean, we can't stop them from jubilating. We will wait for the results from the Electoral Commission, and that's what we would use, and that's what would inform our viewers and listeners that this is what the Electoral Commission has declared. But for now, they say they have won, and they're celebrating. That's something you cannot take away from them.
But that's the thing, though. I mean, because you have to wait for the outcome, and we are waiting for that outcome. I want to bring in my colleague Benjamin, who's joining us right now from Studio 997 with his team of analysts there, Professor Kwesi Enin and Clara Berry-Kasati. Benjamin, shortly before we went to Adenta, we heard from the NDC, National Communications Office, addressing news conference and directly speaking to the party's sympathizers and supporters across the country, and was clear to them when he spoke to them through the power of the media that sympathizers and supporters must accompany the agents and the ECM police officers with the ballot boxes from the various polling centers to the constituency collation centers. And that is coming, minutes after we broke that news from Ayawaso West. And we also saw what happened in Ayawaso Central. We went to Ketu South, where we saw the security situation they are degenerating as, mass of, supporters of a political party and people in the constituency forcing themselves into the Constituency Collation Center. That gives us a bit of clarity. And I'm curious to know what Professor Kwesi makes of that directive, if you like, from the NDC to a constituency supporters across the country.
Point you make, of course, that was Ablekuma West and Ablekuma Central you were alluding to, but listening to Sami Jemfi and the message, right in this studio 997, when he started with the press conference, we were a bit jittery. Okay, what's he going to say and all of that, but the message, how did he take it?
No, I think it was sober, reflective, and cautious. And I think telling people first to be vigilant and not to start jubilating. Because there's a tendency for people to presuppose they've won. And when the final results, the factual results, let me put it that way, go the other way, then there's a tendency to believe that, it's been fiddled with. So I think it's important that he's asked people to tone down, wait for the official results, try as much as possible to be vigilant and to ensure that every single vote counts, and I think that this is one of his better statements, if I should put it that way.
I like how you put it. This is one of his better statements. So we've seen some of these, celebratory events already. You just saw it, and that is in Adenta, the Adenta constituency, where there are claims by some of the supporters of the NDC that their candidate, Abu Ramadan, has won. I've heard of similar claims in Ayawaso, West Wuogon, some developments there, but we'll let the Electoral Commission do its work in all of these areas. We're not calling it for any candidate, whether presidential or primary. We'll let the collation processes go through, and then we'll know how this is shaping out. But Clara, for you, from the trends you're seeing so far, what picture do you get? And you can also give your reaction to Sami James.
No, for Sami James, which I think it's responsible, I would also like to at least ask that political parties, particularly in places where we've seen chaos, that they call their supporters to act responsibly, to help to manage the situations and all of that. So this has been a responsible statement. I hope they do that, particularly in areas where there is tension. For the trends, I would still say I'm still reluctant. I've seen, I'm still waiting to see the official results, and then at least we can talk about the trends. But it looks like in a few hours, the trends will start to see some strengths, particularly in the parliamentary, maybe to some extent in the presidential election as well.
Well, it looks like it's going to be a busy night, and there's going to be a lot of, data results filtering in. But between 10 p.m. and maybe by midnight, we should begin to see a certain trajectory. Like we were sharing in the studio, we are hearing that some big wigs may be losing their seats, but we've not said anything. And we've not mentioned anybody.
We haven't mentioned him.
But eventually, the cookie will crumble where it will, and then we'll see what happens.
But Benjamin, I think it relates to the earlier conversation about the low numbers, about the demographics, and about people's perception as to how much politics means to their day-to-day living. So we will need to do some number crunching sometime tomorrow and to see the implications for parties, but also for the nature of politics going forward.
Absolutely.
Because there are some big things that whoever wins and goes to parliament must do. But let me end on this note. Every 4 years, parliament loses a lot of its most seasoned parliamentarians.
That's another problem, isn't it?
That's a huge problem.
Institutional memory and all that.
Yes. And for those of us who have been working on the Galamsey and on terrorism and violent extremism and small arms, it's almost like it's a cyclical pattern of beginning the training, the networking, providing the knowledge. And the ninth parliament is going to be particularly interesting because a number of old-timers decided not to run.
Indeed.
So the percentage of old-timers running was actually statistically much smaller than previous elections. And if you take the fact that some of them will lose, then we are going to get a new parliament, 7th January 2025, in which the majority of MPs...
Prof, you know what I'm going to do? Factually. My apologies. Let's head to the Western region, and Portia has some reports for us from Takrade. There are some incidents there, some chaos there. Portia, what can you tell us? All right, it appears we've lost Portia. As and when we get her, it's a sad development. There's some negative development there. Hopefully, we can get the details of that. So you were making mention of this cyclical problem.
So the 9th Parliament, 7th January 2025, will probably be made up of a majority of first-timers. Now, that will have serious implications for the legislative work. And
because then they now have to learn the ropes. There are so many things that people like you, when it comes to even Galamsey and other issues, will now have to bring to bear as far as they are concerned.
Yes.
And that institutional memory is lost. You know what this brings to mind? In Congress, there are some of them who have been there for basically it's a career.
It's a
for
career,
them.
yeah.
And they are and so they are doyens of the law.
Yes.
They know exactly what this is. But you see, the reverse too is over here, people will start calling you, oh, Parliament Mugabe. You know, the likes of Alban Bagbin, the likes of Osei Mensah Bonsu, Haruna Idrisu, there's this name I forget. He's on the NDC, and all of these people have been labeled like you are the Methuselah. Why don't you want to go? And all of that. So do we need different systems to work that out?
No, I think we need, probably very, very quickly, so that Clara can come in. I think parliamentary work has been misconstrued in this country to mean funerals, birthday parties, outdoorings, confirmations, and not the real legislative work of passing bills. So for those of us who follow Parliament, we have what we call the AAAs. Their capacity to understand the authority that they have based on the Constitution.
All right, Prof, my sincere apologies. Portia Kujo is ready now.
Yeah, okay.
Portia is in Kujo. Portia is in Takrade, I beg your pardon. What can you report, Portia Kujo, from Takrade? What exactly is happening there?
Hello.
Hello, Portia Kujo. Where exactly in Takrade are you, and what is happening at that polling station? Well, it appears we may have a challenge with the connection to Portia. Did I hear Portia?
Hello?
Okay, Portia, I can hear you now. What can you report from where you are? Where exactly are you?
Hello?
Portia, let's try one last time. If you can hear me, where are you? What is happening there?
Currently at the Takrade Regional, currently at the Western Regional Collation Center at Takrade Library. Some sympathizers and also some spectators are preventing the police to send in ballot boxes with the reason that some of the ballot boxes coming in are not sealed, and also there are no party agents assisting them to send the ballot box to the collation center. So whenever the ballot boxes are coming in, party sympathizers rush to the police people, or the policemen, rush to the policemen, attacking them, and also letting them, avoiding that they won't send the ballot boxes into the collation center. So currently, this is what is going on at the regional collation center. So the thing is, the ballot boxes are coming in, but just that they are finding it difficult to send the ballot boxes in. As I said earlier, they are finding it difficult to send the ballot boxes in because there are no party agents assisting them, and also some of the ballot boxes are not sealed. So according to one of the EC, they said they are not supposed to call them party agents to follow them. The party agents should know that as they are sending the ballot boxes to the collation center, they should follow. So they are not supposed to do that job. And it's not their duty to let them know, to call them, to follow them to the collation center. They know it themselves. So if they are not assisting them to the collation center, it's not their fault. That is what is going on here, and that's what they are saying.
I see. And so far the EC officials are trying to just get the ballot boxes secured, but the party agents cannot be found. So you're saying that, just to clarify, both NDC and MPP party agents can't be found. They are nowhere there. All right, it appears we have a challenge with that connection. But basically what I could gather, the connection was not so good. But in that particular polling station, and at least for the collation of that, the ballot boxes were coming in to the collation center, but not accompanied by the party's agents. Now, the EC officials are saying it is not their duty to call them or anything of the sort. They should have known and come along so that the collation can be done. And she made mention of the fact that some of the ballot boxes were not sealed. They did not have the seals of the political parties on. Portia, let me try one more time. I wanted to clarify. Is it that the agents of both the NDC and the MPP and some of the other parties did not make it to the collation center?
Hello? Please come again with your question.
The agents, especially of the NDC and the MPP, is that to say they did not go to the collation center?
Pardon, please come again. The line is breaking.
Did the party agents of the NDC and the MPP not make it to the collation center? All right, we definitely have a challenge with the connection, and as and when we resolve it, we'll be able to deal with that situation. But interesting situation. Prof, I'll let you wrap up on that, and then Clara, when I come to you, I'll come through on that point. Because interesting, these two parties have been, our agents must be vigilant and all of that. And here you have a peculiar situation where the agents can't be found.
Well, I mean, that's totally unacceptable.
But let me say, I am not sure whether it is one or both of them. But at least from what I gathered, it could be both of them. Yeah.
Well, I mean, for the sanctity of the final results, I think it's key that both parties, both agents are there, so that there are no misunderstandings. I think already we were talking about what has been happening. I think the results will signal the need for a new type of politics.
For a new type of what?
Politics, yeah.
In Ghana.
A politics devoid of the empty rhetoric of promises, denials, falsehoods, and misinformation. And I think this demand for new politics also demands a new type of participation from us as citizens. Citizens who are unbowed and are prepared to challenge the authority of those who are in power. I'm saying this because more often than not, people will come begging the three of us until this morning to give them the opportunity to serve us. Immediately they come into power, they want to drive us up the roads with their VAs and their sirens.
Right.
They want to make special law that says we are campaigning so we can flout the traffic rules.
Right.
The politics of participation and the new politics I'm looking forward to must be driven by principles and values in which citizen needs are placed at the center. The last 32 years, yes, some efforts have been made, but I think most Ghanaians, the apathy that we are seeing is reflective of that.
It's reflective. More can be done. When I come back, I'll come to you, Clara, but let me cross over to James Eshen in Okaikwe North, where we hear two EC officials have passed out. What exactly happened, and what led to these two Electoral Commission officials passing out, James?
No, tomorrow.
Hello, James Eshen. Can you hear me? If you can hear me, James Eshen, I want to find out what is happening in Okaikwe North currently, especially in respect of those two Electoral Commission officials. James Eshen. All right, it doesn't appear I have James Eshen to give us the brief on what exactly transpired. I do not know whether it's out of hunger or anything, but those are some visuals from there, from that collation center, and where we are told, in fact, you can see one person on the floor Yes, you can see one person on the floor. I'm assuming that is an Electoral Commission official, and some assistance being given to that person by some others who are surrounding the person on the floor. Hopefully some first aid, quick first aid will be brought to that person. And as I sit here, I do not know what may have led to this collapse, the collapse of this Electoral Commission official. In fact, we are told that there are 2 of them who have passed out, and we do not know whether it could be hunger issues or whatever it could be. James, can you hear me now?
Benjamin, I can hear you clearly.
Right. I'm asking, what exactly happened that led to the passing out of these 2 Electoral Commission officials?
Right. So, as I was saying, due to what happened today or this afternoon at the Achimota Market polling station of some NDC members alleging that the New Patriotic Party parliamentary candidate, which happens to be Nanama Dokua, had printed some ballot papers. What they decided to do, and not just the NDC, but the NPP members as well, decided to troop to the premises of the coalition center without accreditation, but they were being denied entry into the premises of the coalition center. Now what they decided to do was to have back and forth with the police here now, and also they resorted to use a different channel, which was joining some EC officials by claiming they were polling agents to come into the premises, but the police have no option. And I understand they were being sprayed with some pepper magnum spray to against these voters. But unfortunately, it affected some of the EC officials here. Well, they were able to enter, and after some few 10 to 20 minutes, they started reacting to that pepper spray that was being sprayed to the voters earlier on.
I see. But do you know the state of these officials? At least I've seen some people over them trying to resuscitate them. What can you tell us about how they're feeling? Are they responding?
Right. So they were a bit unconscious when they were being taken out of the coalition center to, I understand, to the Achimota hospital. We are yet to follow up on what exactly what is actually wrong with them. But for now, what I can report is they were a bit unconscious and they actually passed out before leaving the premises of the coalition center.
Right. But what else can you report from Okaikwe North? Have there been any...
Okaikwe North in itself, I think the stakes here is very high, looking at the fact that it's a constituency that's been dominated by the New Patriotic Party until in 2020, which of course the National Democratic Congress had to break that deadlock. 6 occasions and just twice for the NDC. And it appears the NDC this time want to sort of maintain the incumbent parliamentary, the member of parliament, that is Teresa Ladi Awuni. And also, when I came to the constituency, interacting with some of the electorate here, I was being told they wanted to retain Teresa because to them, they believe Dokua was not from the constituency, especially coming from Ekropon. They believe Teresa could actually be a game changer for them. So there was a need for them to retain. And they foresee the NDC also dominating this particular constituency. They were just, from what I was being told, they were just tired of having the NPP dominate from 96 all the way to 2016. So having Teresa this time winning in 2020, they wanted to prolong her stay in Parliament.
I see. Well, thank you very much, James Eshen in Okaikwe North. Let's also cross over to Ashaiman. Carlos Kaloni is on hand. We hear there's been a low voter turnout, but what's the latest you can report, Carlos?
I can say for a fact that we are currently at the coalition center of the Ashaiman constituency, which happens to be the St. Augustine Catholic Church. We've been here for close to 3 hours. But as you can see there in your shot, I would want to play this, then you appreciate the situation. There's a lot of chaos here. This screen you see is supposed to be the projection where we can get the result. But we've been here for close to 2 to 3 hours. Nothing is happening. It's total chaos here. The police are here, but they are helpless. They are unable to control the crowd. We've been trying to speak to the returning officer that is give the interior assault. He's been avoiding us, not to speak to us.
And that was Carlos Caloni. We'll try to reconnect with him. He was giving us a brief on what exactly is happening at that collation center. The problem being that they have been there for a while. The numbers are supposed to be projected so that, for example, he can see and then they move along and know how the cookie is crumbling. Unfortunately, that detail or data has not been forthcoming. And electoral officials are also avoiding them per what he said, which means that they have nothing at all to deal with. No raw figures, and of course, nothing to report as far as that is concerned. We'll try one last time to see whether we can get Carlos Caloni back. Carlos, can you hear me? All right. We'll try to get back to him as and when it's possible. So the Okaikwe North situation and the pepper spray or whatever may have been used, now getting these reactions. Unfortunately, EC officials themselves, some of them affected, and there was an attempt to resuscitate them. I want to believe he also mentioned, James Ashen also mentioned that they were being given medical assistance. And then this later situation in Ashaiman as well, where polls have closed, but the figures are simply not coming out. Clara.
Yeah, at least it's unfortunate what's happening, and I'm happy to hear that the two officers are getting medical assistance as they're there. It's difficult to understand why the figures are not coming out, because I believe that declarations would have been made at the polling station, and that they are gathering them now to the collation center. So it's a bit difficult to understand why figures are not coming up. And I hope that if this is true, the EC officials are able to quickly work on it, just so that we don't create unnecessary tensions. And because once there is no information, you give room for worry and for tensions and for sometimes mischief. So I hope that it's quickly resolved and the figures are put out. Because transparency is part of the process and must be part of the process to inspire acceptance and all of that. So creating an opportunity where there is uncertainty is certainly not to be encouraged.
All right. Let's head to Ayentsuano, that constituency. Abdul is on hand. Abdul, what can you report?
Hello?
Abdul, if you can hear me, what can you report from Ayentsuano?
Yeah, I'm currently at the Ayentsuano Collation Center, which happens to be at the Kota Senior High School. So, in a moment ago, a presiding officer from one of the polling stations, Amanas South, temporary booth appeared to with the polling station number E1-21006, brought in ballot boxes. He brought in ballot boxes that was in his private car. So the people who
brought in ballot boxes in his car?
He has broken the seal of the ballot boxes, and then he was doing something in his car boot. So they were vigilant, and then they confronted him. When they confronted him, they saw that he has broken the seal, all the seal that was meant for the both presidential and then the parliamentary, ballot boxes. So they alerted the police, who came in and then analyzed the situation and then finally arrested me. I have with me here the guy who saw him. So I don't know if we can talk to him so that he give us more insight. I tried to talk to the police to give me more information on the man, but they are all trying to withhold the man's name. But I managed to get the name as Mr. Dapa. Mr. Dapa, a presiding officer at Amana State. The situation here currently at the Ayentsuano Collation Center is very tensious. Before the arrest of the man, the school gate, the Kota SHS school gate, the main entrance was blocked by party foes and then party supporters, both MPP and NDC, who claimed that they won't allow the incumbent member of parliament, Honorable Teddy Ebi, enter the collation center. So So that brought a tense crowd, even stalling, how do you call it, presiding officers who were also bringing in, how do you call it, ballot boxes into the collation center. So we were handling that situation before the arrest of the presiding officer came. So the man who happened to fish out the presiding officer is here. So boss, can you tell us what happened?
Okay, so this is what happened. I was at one of the polling stations where Honorable Naya said this vote. So during the counting, I realized there was an issue. There was a little gap at where the ballot boxes. So I did a follow-up. I called for our private security to come and protect the ballot boxes. So the distance from the polling station and the collation center wasn't far. But I gave them an opportunity that the police officer over there, and then the security personnel should drive my car, and then the issue officer, and they bring the ballot boxes to where the collation center is. They declined. So I quickly moved my car to follow them. They were working. They were walking. So within a short while, I realized that they entered the police station. So I stopped and approached the police station. Now, what is happening? You told me you are going to the collation center. Why are you at the police station? So they were like, there were young guys coming in to make noise that, no, let's go to the police station. Let's go to the collation center. So within a short possible time, there was an reinforcement and police vehicle came to take out the ballot boxes. So I did a follow-up. And when we came here, we were not allowed to enter. I declared my identity and then I entered. I was going to the collation center. I realized that there were about 5 people behind some cars. So I approached it. I realized that there were 2 ballot boxes with name Amanati.
Okay, Abdul, so we'll reconnect to you. We'll reconnect to you when we have a better connection, and then maybe you could give us better details of what exactly happened. But let's head now to Okaikwe North. Fred Smith is on hand for us there. Fred, what can you tell us? Fred, could you speak up for me, please? Fred, so I don't know whether you can hear me now, but all that you said we couldn't get because it was the pitch was a bit low. Could you just repeat what you said?
Oh, well, Ben, what I can report is
that... If you can hear me, Fred, could you say what you said again?
The church premises where the Electoral Commission is using
as the
collation center.
We'll try to...
The youth have massed up here, and it's become very chaotic. The police is helpless because they said someone came in with a vehicle containing some ballot boxes that they claimed was fake. And so they vandalized that vehicle and drove the person away. The vehicle, I understand, has been thrown away, but there's a lot of chaos here with lots of people who have massed here, preventing any vehicle that wants to come into the collation center. As a matter of fact, the police tried, but they are really struggling. About 5 minutes ago, a police vehicle that was itself trying to access the collation center was prevented, and that vehicle had to turn away because they were outnumbered by the people. Total chaos at the Okaikwe North Collation Center. Well, as I speak to you, well, there's someone coming. They're claiming, well, they're coming. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my. Wow. Total chaos. And they are holding the ballot boxes. My goodness.
And so the people have taken over there as far as the collation center in Okaikwe North, and they are not even allowing police personnel who want to get in to get access to the place. They are protecting the ballot boxes, but of course we know that they are not security officials, and the security officials should be taking charge of that situation. It's a charged atmosphere in Okaikwe North. But let's head to Tema West, one of those areas known to swing for the NPP. We have our reporter there. What can you tell us? What is happening in Tema West?
Well, so Benjamin, here at Tema West, I'm currently at the NTHC polling station, and I must say it's been largely peaceful, except for a few delays in start with regarding to the BDV machines, and also some centers reported that they did not have the verification stamp, and so it delayed a little bit. It's been largely peaceful, I must say. Again, one of the observations here in the Tema West constituency is the low voter turnout. And so my tour around some of the polling stations showed that a lot of people failed to show up at the polling stations to cast their votes. My interactions with some of the voters, they told me that, well, they are tired with the system and that they really don't know what to do, and that, well, it's only a few people who are eager enough to turn out and vote. And I think this has played out in a number of the polling stations, especially in the stronghold of the NPP, where voter turnout has led to an increase in the vote of the NDC parliamentary candidates. As I speak to you now, and I can confirm that with reports on the ground that the NDC parliamentary candidate, lawyer James Inu, appears to be in the lead. And so it could be that for the first time in the history of the 1992 space, we are going to see an NDC parliamentary candidate for the Tema West constituency. My touch or my base at the coalition center tells me that it's largely peaceful. Everybody is seated waiting for coalition to start. But with where I am here at the NTHC polling station a while ago, there was a little chaos regarding the transportation of ballot boxes from the polling station to the coalition center. Now, because of the unavailability of a vehicle, someone volunteered to give his pickup to do this. But a number of people here, including the police, the EC officials, and also supporters and agents from both parties, stood against this till we got a police vehicle, a police pickup for that matter, to transport the ballot boxes to the coalition center at Tema Secondary School or Tema Senior High School. So Benjamin, it's been largely peaceful, except for these isolated incidents, I must say.
Well, thank you so much. That's my colleague with his boots on the ground right there in Tema West, bringing us the details there. He is saying that with the way things are going, it could be a surprise in Tema West. Known to vote NPP, but it could be heading towards the NDC this time around. Let's head to Shai Osudoku, and we have our correspondent on the beat there, Ebenezer. Eben, what exactly can you report from Shai Osudoku?
I'm currently at the policing center for the Shai Osudoku constituency, where I must say policing has been done, but it's been a bit slow because some of the centers are still transporting their pink sheets and materials to the center. This time around, there has been a change in the location for the policing center. Previously, it used to be at the High Court. No, I think that's the judicial court. Yes, at the fire service area in the Dodowa Township. But this time around, it's been moved to an enclosed area where I think there's a very big wall that is, where the security personnel and the EC officials with the party agents have all agreed to have the policing center. And over here, it's been peaceful. It's been calm so far. Apart from, me going around, apart from the issues of people not one or two booklets not having the serial numbers and the stamps on it. There have not been any major issues. And then also there's been a low turnout, I must say, like my colleague reported earlier. As at 4 p.m., some of the police stations, they were having only about 50% of the number of registered voters at the centers, which indicates that yes, indeed, there has been some low turnout. So over here, it's been peaceful. Some of the materials are still coming in because if you know the Shai Osudoku area very well, the communities are not that too close. And you have to travel many kilometers before you move to the next police station or the next community. So it's been like that. Transportation of the materials are still ongoing. I can say few have come in so far. I can count more than about 15 that are currently in. And the EC officials here have begun work. The party agents here have been very collaborative as well. And my interaction with some of the electoral officers or the polling agents and stuff, you could see that they have this that cordial relationship from start to finish so far. So over here at the South Sudoku constituency, I can say everything is calm, everything is okay here, Benjamin.
And that is Ebenezer Osabute reporting there from the Shai Osudoku constituency, telling us that the EC officials have done a fantastic job and it's been pretty peaceful so far. Let's head to Kwesi constituency, Kwesi constituency, and we have our correspondent there as well. What is the latest that you can share with us from that constituency? All right, we'll try to reconnect, but we've gone full circle. We're going to many of these constituencies, from Okaikwe North to Ablekuma West, Ablekuma Central. We've been to Tema West, which, interestingly, if you know anything about the Tema Enclave and how they voted, they usually vote NPP. They vote blue, but it appears that this time it could be voting green, Tema West to be specific, based on what our correspondent has been telling us. We've also gone to Shai Osudoku, among other areas, Ayenswano constituency as well. Different developments there, but we are your election headquarters. And as you stick and stay with us, you know that we can give you the credible, incisive information you need. But let's head back to that constituency. And Nanama is on hand. What is happening in Kwesi?
Right. So, about around 7 most of the polling stations were coming to the population center. I'm currently at the Kwesi constituency population center. So what we were here waiting for the other polling stations to bring the house. So if you come around there is a lot of aggressive protesters all around, including the agents from the various political parties. So we saw that one woman was entering, which she happens to be an NDC person. But then when we got here, there was this, the NPP candidate for Kwesi constituency, that is Prince Ama, Dr. Prince Ama, won. Meanwhile, he, from the police station, was not declaration. Even when you put the numbers, you tell it. Yeah.
Nanama, the connection is not that good. We'll try to circle back to you and see whether you can give us the details we need. The connection is not helping us right now. And that is Nanama attempting to give us the scoop from the Kwesi constituency. Let me quickly come into the studio, and if we can circle back to our correspondence, we shall do exactly that. Clara, so following events so far, there are some network breaks and all of that, but interesting times ahead, interesting hours ahead.
Very interesting hours ahead, especially looking also at what the parliament is going to look like, because Yendi was just talking about the dynamics of our parliament and the fact that we may have a lot of newcomers. And then, of course, if you look at other jurisdictions like the US, they try to keep some seasoned lawmakers. But for us, I think along the line, both the political parties and also the majority of us have to really think about the role of parliament, because currently it is not very clear that even some members coming to parliament actually understand the role of parliament. There are also those who actually really don't want to be parliamentarians. They just really want to be ministers of state, but they know that if they are in parliament, they have a higher chance of becoming ministers and all of that, which ends up really not making our parliament effective. So it's along the line, I think, for the good of our democracy, we would have to look at how what we need to do to strengthen parliament for it to be there, so that the citizens understand what parliament is for, and then those who want to do parliamentary work should be the ones going to parliament.
Before I go to Prof on the bit about it's a curious point you made. Some people see Parliament as a means to an end,
yes,
not an end in itself.
We need those who see it as an end in itself.
What then do we do? Because there are those who have said that those aspects of our constitution will point to the fact that, oh, a certain quota of ministers must be taken from Parliament and all that in itself is problematic. Are you one of those who say it should go?
Yes, it should be amended so that now if you are appointed, if you win the parliamentary seat and the president wants to appoint you as a minister, you have to give up the seat. So that we have, yes, so the president can appoint you, all right.
So a pure separation of the two organs.
So that we have those who want to do parliamentary work who go to Parliament. Then we can grow Parliament as an institution so that it is able to effectively play its role in our democracy, rather than really now just being a means to an end, which is eyeing a ministerial position, but the way to get the ministerial position is to go through Parliament. It doesn't make our Parliament very effective.
And Prof, we've also seen the reverse of that, where some people lose their seats in Parliament, and by extension, because of that, they lose their ministerial positions. Well, so it's become, Parliament has become, some would even say, an appendage of the executive.
Which it should not be. Far from it. And I think Clara's point about changing that clause that said the president should appoint 80% of his ministers from Parliament should go. Because we want people who are technically savvy, may not be parliamentarians, also to be appointed as ministers. And we want people who want to do the parliamentary work. A, understanding the authority that they have based on the Constitution. B, their ability to manage the complexity.
And Prof, I'll come right back to you, but I've just been prompted that the footage we are seeing is that of 4 people arrested by police in custody, wielding AK-47 munitions or guns. And this is Kaswa Iron City. Kaswa Iron City. 4 people arrested by the police wielding what we've been told are AK-47s, and they have been apprehended by the police. This is in Kaswa Iron City, and those are the visuals, those are the scenes you see there in the Ewutu Senya East constituency. But why would they be wielding these types of munitions? To what end?
To the end that violence has become a currency in our politics, in which politicians hire these gangsters to misbehave, and the gangsters think they are protected. 2020, some ministers were shooting guns, and I challenged the president to sack them because they were a disgrace to our democratic process. Okay? When ministers think that it is not, and I come back to Clara's point, they are not interested in parliamentary work. It is the allure of being a minister and the trappings that come with it. So they will murder, they will maim, they will lie, and they will bring such gangsters to threaten decent people's lives. And I think the visuals are good, because what Dr. Dan Parry and his team are telling people, you flout the law, I will catch you. When I catch you, and I will call Dr. Dan Parry, I have a place for you to sleep.
Which is the cells. We'll find a cozy spot for you.
A very cozy spot for you. And I'm really hoping that sometime by Monday, they'll appear before a court of competent jurisdiction. And I'm aligning the word competent jurisdiction, so that we will know what will happen to them. But guns are awash in this country, and we are not using the Tiabrofres anymore. We are now using military-grade guns. How the hell did they get AK-47s? From who? And I can tell you, if the investigation is done right, who it will point to.
Clara, how disturbing is this? And we are getting ready to wind down. We'll be wrapping up shortly. So brief comments, and then I'll take your final comments and hand over to Joy News.
Absolutely. This is worrying, but it's also what has come to characterize some part of the political life, which has to be dealt with. Because like Professor Yendi was saying the other time, just before this, political leadership and political office must also stand for certain values. And that is why when this happens, a clear message has to be sent out. So it is good to the police service that these people are arrested. I hope that the other state institutions, including the courts, when the cases come before the courts, would look at the courts and ensure that justice is done fairly and seen to be done, so that yes, everybody realizes that there is no place for this kind of behavior in our democratic life. We've come a very long way as a country, and all of us must condemn this. We all don't expect that we would all, everybody would vote for the same political party, but all of us must defend each person's right to choice, and to be able to make that choice peacefully, without intimidation, without fear whatsoever. For that, we must all be able to stand up for that kind of protection for each one of us.
Disturbing scenes. So let me take your final comments now, both of you, and then very briefly.
Well, I think once more, the visuals we are seeing right now gives me hope. Hope that we've had an election where it's been primarily peaceful. People have gone out. Maybe the numbers were not high. We've now reached the collation stage. And I think it's important for the police or the general law enforcement people to send a signal that we will continue to do the work that we've done to ensure the credibility of every single vote in this country. And hopefully by tomorrow, we'll be proud of ourselves as Ghanaians that Ghana has won.
For you, Clara?
Yes, I'm proud of what we've done in terms of throughout the voting. I just want us to be able to exhibit similar maturity now that we've got to the counting and all of that. And I would call on all political leaders to at least, yes, their party supporters must be vigilant, but they must also allow work to be done peacefully, to be calm, so that, because there's nothing to gain in chaos. I don't think votes are protected in chaos and all of that. So this is the time for political leaders to show leadership, and for all of us to be committed. Stay vigilant, make sure that you do what you think is in the interest of your party, whilst respecting the rights of everybody else, and doing so calmly, peacefully, and transparently, so that at the end of the day, once more, we will be proud of ourselves, and then know that, yes, we've come again 4-year cycle. This is what we've chosen for ourselves, and then we'll move on together as a nation. Thank you.
All right. So I'll just have to do this briefly. In summation, though, looking at the different dynamics, right before we hand over to the Joy News studio, what would be your assessment of how, if I asked you, for example, how successful has the election, the process been today? What would you say, Prof?
B+.
B+. I
give them B+.
Okay. For you, you're an academic as well. I don't know whether or maybe you'd like to give me on a scale of 1 to 10. What do you think?
For 1 to 10, at least for the moment, I would give B+, so about a 70, 75, because although everything went on peacefully, it's not very nice to see the scenes at the collation centers. So I hope that by the time we are by tomorrow, we will see that these are isolated trends. Then we can rate ourselves the A that we are eager to rate ourselves and to give ourselves to. So hopefully all state institutions, the EC, the police, they manage the situations at the collation centers very well. And certainly the political parties and all of us as well, so that we can get an A+ for ourselves.
You know, something happened on the legal front today, and the EC was explaining that there was an official who was caught in some act, and the EC was explaining that, listen, these are technically not electoral commission officials. These are people who are trained to serve as officers on D-Day. You have tens of thousands of them, and sometimes some may do certain things that they've not been trained to do. I'm now seeing this where we are being told that the legal advisor to the NDC, one of them, Justice Remsai, is calling for the immediate arrest of an EC official who attempted opening a ballot box at the Ayawaso West Wuogon Collation Center on the blind side of party agents. I mean, when these issues come up, I sometimes wonder whether they are fully aware of the legal ramifications. Yeah. I'll start with you again and just wrap with Prof on that.
They should, because before they embark on this, they would have been giving some orientation, they would have been giving some training, and I believe in that training, they would have been given the full ambit of the law, their responsibilities, what they can do, what they cannot do. So even though they may not be staff of the EC, for this purpose, they are temporary staff, kind of, who would have received some training from the EC. So if anything is gone wrong, it's very important for the police, as they have demonstrated, to take action immediately, so that everybody can be calm and relaxed.
Prof, I really have to go, just very quickly.
So far as you wear an EC badge on that day and have been given training, the responsibility lies with the EC, and the people must be punished.
I must express our utmost thanks to you, Professor Kwesi Enning, for joining the conversation. He's a security analyst. He's graced us, stayed here for over 4 hours. Clara Biere Kaseti, she is also a lecturer at the University of Ghana School of Law and vice chair of the CDD board. My name is Benjamin Akakwa, and it's been a pleasure serving you from Studio 997. And now I'm handing over to Evans Mensah, Winston Amwa in the Joy News studio. Evans.
Okay, and Benjamin, thank you very much for joining us. And as you can see in your shot there, we have a live shot coming from the MPP HQ. We'll be taking that pretty shortly. But as you can see also in your shot, we have a whole different set of team members joining us for the next segment. Is the Editors Forum, but don't be fooled by the name. It is focused on the potential results coming in pretty shortly and the action shots you'll be seeing across the country. And something is leading that in your shot there, with Raymond obviously going to be taking care of the smart wall. And then you have two individuals I'll leave something to introduce pretty shortly. Right after we take the MPP press conference, which is live now, the communications director for the Baumia campaign is addressing the press, Miracle Sabwaji.